It was all a dream.
I guess in the words of the great words of Biggie Smalls, we need to read Word Up magazine.
Exactly.
It definitely has been a growth experience and a learning experience, and
Yes, all of that in 1 year, 6 months,
No,
or
it's
3.
Yeah, like 4 months.
Yeah.
I think
Are
they
we
call
live?
it
Danielle, are we live?
a crash course. Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Crash course.
We may be live right now. Our community may be listening to us. Good afternoon or evening, everybody. Welcome to our follow-up parent meeting for physically distanced schooling. We thank you for being here. Before I get started, my name is Rachel.monarrez, Assistant Superintendent, Continuous Improvement. I want to turn the screen, I suppose, over to our Interim Superintendent, Dr. Volkemer, for some words.
Well, thank you, Dr. Monarrez. Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for being with us this evening. We really appreciate you spending the time. Your input is critical to the successful reopening of our schools. We've been working to get your input for quite some time now. As you know, we've made some decisions as a board and a district, and we'll cover those a little bit later. But I just wanted to say that we're excited to share the feedback that from the last meetings we had of this kind in June, and to also answer your questions, which are quite the number, as I understand it, upwards of 80 or 90. But we're going to stay the course and get all those questions answered as best we can this evening. Just one plug: if you haven't already filled out the questionnaire, we sent a letter to all families in the district asking you for some information about what programming you want for your student or students in your family. Please make sure you do that. You can do it either on paper and send it back to us, or online, whichever is most convenient for you. But it's critical that we have a response from not only every family, but for every student in every family. That will enable us to best serve you. So I want to thank Dr. Monarrez and the rest of Cabinet and some other people that are going to be central to the meeting this evening. I want to thank our board, especially for their direction and for their attention to the safety of our school community. That has been priority number one, is keeping our students and their families and our staff and their families safe as we navigate this unprecedented time. And lastly, I want to thank you for your investment in this process with us and your time this evening. So with that, I'm going to turn over to our board president, Gwen Rogers.
Thank you, Dr. Volkemer. I'm so happy to be here with all of you and to the team. I know you all have put together a great presentation. I just wanted to come again and thank the community and the parents and the staff and everyone that's going to be joining the meeting tonight. Again, as Dr. Volkemer said, your input is very, very valuable to us. And that is the reason why we are here tonight and want to be here for the long haul. The unique thing is, this is a community meeting. This is your meeting, and we're going to hear from you and hear your input as we are guided along, unlike our board meeting, which will be coming up next week, where we're talking about and making those policies and making things happen based on the input that you have given to us. So we know, again, that this has been a lot of work. It's been a lot of efforts and a lot of uncertainties, but I am very confident in the team that they have put together, from all of your input, a direction for us to go in that will land us on safe openings, safe distance learning, and making sure and ensuring that our students is receiving the best education. And that is most important to us. We know that they've been away from us for a little while, but we're looking forward to reconnecting with them. And the team is going to guide you through all of that. So please be encouraged, again, that your voice is important. We value it. I know many of you have reached out to me via email, via text message, and even on social media. So we appreciate that input, and we all want to just stay positive and assure one another that we are going to get through this. As I end every board meeting with, we are in this together. So thank you. My camera will be on because my computer is glitching a little bit, but I'll be listening in. But as I said, this is not a board meeting, so I don't get to talk. Thank you.
Thank you, President Rogers. We appreciate you greatly. All right, so we'll get started. If I could have the presentation pulled up. Thank you. So most important, community, what we want you to know is that this is the follow-up meeting from the meeting that we had on June 9th regarding physically distanced schools. So on June 9th, we didn't have the same kind of information that we do today, and the board hadn't taken action on some items that now they have. So all of what you're going to hear tonight is in preparation for when we can safely start bringing children back into our schools, children and employees. But what has happened since June 9th is our board has taken action to start school on the already established date of August 3rd, and we are starting in a distance learning format. So there were many questions about, why can't we just keep kids home? I want to keep my child home. Some of those types of statements, the board took action on last Tuesday, June 30th, to actually open in a distance learning format. You will hear tonight why that is, only because we continue to have an increase in our transmission rates of COVID. So we need to be sure that we can bring students and staff back safely. And as a result, distance learning will be our opening for the beginning of the school year. When it is safe to bring students back, and in collaboration with our county public health, then we will move into bringing students back. And this plan that you're going to hear the follow-up tonight is in reference to how we will bring students back. So what we wanted to do is circle back with you and show you where the input that you provided on June 9th was integrated into the implementation plan for bringing students back when it is physically safe to do so. Next slide, please. So our agenda tonight, we've already done our welcome. I explained the objectives. So we're gonna dig into reviewing preliminary recommendations that were shared on June 9th. So if you were here on June 9th, you've heard these. We're going to go through them rather quickly because we really just want to show you where your imprint has been on this. And then we're going to give you a summary of what this looks like and our next steps, or where you can get additional information and stay informed, because we recognize that during this time, there's so much information out there, and we want to keep you as updated as possible with the most accurate as it pertains to San Bernardino City. So we've already received 96 questions and comments for this meeting tonight. We appreciate your input through this process. We plan on answering all of your questions. Our goal is to finish this presentation by 7 o'clock so that we can get to the questions. Many of the questions are going to be answered in the presentation, but the way we're going to address the questions is when we grouped them according to similar types of questions. We'll answer those, and then questions that are not falling within those groups, we'll read those separately. Some of you gave us very detailed questions, and so we have people in this meeting that will be able to answer most of the questions for you. Some we're still working on because it is a collaborative process, and so that is our goal, though. So we're going to stay on as long as it takes to answer the questions. We're going to continue to accept questions up until 7 o'clock tonight. So the link to submit questions is in the description of this video that you logged into. I don't know exactly what that's called, but I know the link's there, as well as on the flyer. So if you have questions as you're listening, please feel free to submit those. We're trying to be as responsive as possible. Next slide, please. So you're going to see this slide twice. And the reason we're putting it here first is because we want you to know how you can follow some of the information. And Dr. Volkemer already mentioned the survey or the questionnaire that has been sent out about your children's preferences. That's the first link. So I ask that you take a picture of this slide, especially if you think you won't be able to stay with us through the end of the question and answer session. This will be very valuable to you. So we're going to show this right now. We're going to show it later. Later, it'll make more sense to you, but the two most important things on this slide is the first link. This is a link to the how you would, your preferences for each one of your children in our district. So we know we're starting in a distance learning, but there are some families that when we move into a blended model, you don't want your child to go into a school yet. We need to know that. And the only way we'll know that is when you submit your questionnaire. So you have two ways to do it. You can submit it online here, or you could submit it from the paper questionnaire that's coming to your home or may have already arrived at your home. That is your choice, but we are asking everybody to give that information. We have 50,000 children in our district, and we need to make sure that we have what each family member what each family needs for each one of your children. The second link, this is our link to the district webpage that is specific to anything and everything related to COVID and reopening schools. We are updating this web page to make it even more parent friendly. But if you go to it right now, and I went to it before we logged in, you can actually get to it from our landing page of our district website. It's actually right underneath the big colorful banner that says Summer Break 2020 Information and Resources. There's different smaller tabs there. You can click on those for what you need, or you can use this link, and that will get you there as well. Tonight, we're going to talk about our partnership with Hazel Health and IEHP Health Navigators program that's newer, that we've been able to expand as a result of COVID to help our families. Childcare options are available in this link, as well as community resources. So there were questions around childcare. We're collaborating with our local childcare providers for the families who need to go to work and still need childcare. So this is an important link. And then finally, we're working with our principals. We're starting to get them ready to be able to send specific notices to the homes, specific about each individual school. And so we want you to watch for notices from your respective schools. So this is an important slide. Take a picture. We'll be coming back to it at the end. But again, if you have to leave, you at least have that information. Next slide, please. So this is just a reminder to our community. If you've been watching our board meetings, you've seen this as well. When we shared it on June 9th, it looked a little bit different, but it is the same information. We have in SBCUSD 4 reopening guiding principles. We have to ensure that the health and physical safety of students and staff, thus the reason why our board made the decision to stay in distance learning, because we have the increases in positive cases within the boundaries of San Bernardino City Unified. We have to continue to adhere to federal, state, and county guidance. And we just received some new guidance around distance learning, most specifically on June 30th. So now we have some further information that we'll be putting into place, which goes into our next guiding principle of providing high quality learning experiences. Many of your questions and your comments were around distance learning and how are we going to make it better than it was in the spring. Remember, in the spring, it was our first time, and so we were very rushed to do it. The guidance that we just received from our state on distance learning and the work that we're doing already in San Bernardino will improve distance learning. We're kind of calling it distance learning 2.0. You'll hear a little bit about that tonight from our educational services assistant superintendent, but we too want to improve the opportunities for our children and their learning experiences. And then finally, we have to continue to provide safe and accessible working conditions for the over 7,000 employees that rely on us to keep them safe when they go to work. So these continue to be our guiding principles for San Bernardino City Unified. At this point, I'd like to introduce Eric Vitier, our safety officer. He's going to speak to you about the federal, state, and local entities that have been important to this implementation plan. So next slide. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you, Dr. Monarrez, and good evening to our families out there. We're going through this with you, so we appreciate you taking the time this evening to be with us. On this slide, you'll see a number of the local, state, federal, and private partners that we've used to become resident experts in COVID. You know, we're in the educational business, not the public health business. And this thrust us all into that environment. And so you'll see that we have spent a lot of time. Matter of fact, that's all I occupy 40 hours of my work week with is keeping up with all of the regulations. But we have our United States government partners with CDC, Centers for Disease Control, our Environmental Protection Agency. And then on the local level, we'll use the Department of Education at the state level, the Department of Public Health at the state level, Cal OSHA at the state level. So that's our the safety net for our employees is OSHA. And then CASEL, which handles our mental health and well-being. And then at our local level, as close as we can possibly get with information, regulations, and guidance is our San Bernardino County Department of Public Health. And so these are the various entities that we are constantly refining our processes with, making sure that we have the most updated information and that the guidelines that we're following are the most current. Next slide, please. So the slide I'm displaying here is our COVID cases throughout San Bernardino County. And this is as of this morning. I just looked at the slide momentarily and it's up to over 17,000 cases. And you'll notice if you follow the news and follow the media that we are at an increased level of COVID cases, both in San Bernardino County, in the state, and in the nation. And there's a number of contributing factors to this. San Bernardino County Department of Public Health was gracious enough to look at our school district boundaries which encompass various political jurisdictions, Highland, San Bernardino, unincorporated areas. And within our school district boundaries, now not school district employees or students per se, but within the boundaries, there's about 2,600 cases just within our boundaries. So we know the county is very large, largest county in the continental US. So we asked them, you know, what does it look like at a local level for us and what are you seeing? And they have really reassured us in our board's decision to remain on distance learning at this time. The spike in cases is continuing. Yesterday, we learned that the testing kits, there's a shortage again. And so the number of tests that were readily available 2 weeks ago or a week ago are not as readily available to the community. So this should help paint the picture that we are still moving in the correct direction under our board's guidance. And we'll continue to stay in touch with our Department of Public Health officials as we move forward with this. Dr. Monarrez?
Thank you, Eric. Appreciate it. Next slide, please. So I want to talk about what the reopening of the school year will look like. And Daniel, there'll be a point where I have things flying in, so I'll just ask you to click, okay? So as you can see from what Mr. Vitier showed, the COVID cases continue to increase in the county with a higher percentage in the SBCUSD school boundaries. If you can click twice, Daniel. I hope it's coming up correctly. Let me take a look. One more time. There we go. I need both English and Spanish on that. Thank you. So as I said before, at the June 30th board meeting, the board voted to start school on August 3rd in a distance learning format. So that's how we're opening our school year. And we're going to stay in distance learning, improving what and how distance learning is provided while keeping our students and our staff healthy. And we just, again, need to reiterate that this is in the best decision of the health and safety of everybody involved. Once we start seeing the data start to change in terms of COVID cases and change significantly and in collaboration with public health, then we're going to move into what's called a blended instruction model. So if you can click twice on that as well, both English and Spanish, there we go. So we'll go from a distance learning model to a blended learning model when it is safe to do so. We will take this information to our board and they will take final action as to if they are in agreement that a blended model, that we're ready to do that. A blended model is a combination of in-person teaching and learning and distance teaching and learning. So virtual or remote learning. Now we know there are some families that you really want to know exactly what this is going to look like. Which days will my child be in distance learning? Which days will they be in person? We are going to work through that, and we are working through that as we speak with our teacher association, and we will get that information out to you as soon as we have it. We have some time because, again, we're opening in a full distance learning model. So we will have, and we will get it to you in a timely manner so that you can plan for what you need to do with your family. We understand that you need that information now. We just received guidance from the state, as I said, on June 30th, around what specifically we have to do for distance learning to make it more robust. And so now we're working through what that looks like, which includes how we're going to take attendance, what participation will look like, some language or some work around grading, some of what you have concerns around community. So that has come from our state, and we'll be integrating that into our distance learning. So it will be forthcoming. Click one more time, because we know that there are families who still want to stay in distance learning even when the district moves into a blended model. And so we're calling that extended distance learning. And yes, you still have that option. And so that data that we're collecting on the preferences of the families will help us know which of you want to remain in an extended distance learning. So that's another reason why that data is so important. So really, we've got kind of 2.5 models, if you will. We start in a full distance learning for all of our students. Then we split and we say blended learning for the families who want to send their children into schools when it is safe to do so, or extended distance learning for the families who say, I am not ready to send my child. I need to keep my child home safe, and maybe because of medical reasons, or there could be many different reasons for the family. We all start in distance learning. Then when it's safe to do so, we'll either go into blended instruction or the extended distance learning. Again, we're working with our teacher unions to finalize the details around the schedules. And we had a meeting actually today to talk about schedules for distance learning and schedules for the blended instruction. As soon as we get that, we will be sending that out to our community, and we'll be working through our principals to do that as well. Next slide. So this is how we're community. This is how we gathered the data from you. When we shared the information previously on June 9th about the instructional models, which I just talked through, the distance learning or the blended, we received 59 comments from you around the instructional program. And so 23 of them was around, can we have a choice for virtual learning? And so now the answer is yes, you have a choice. And that questionnaire that's coming out to you, that's gone to your homes, or that you're going to fill out online, your option, that is your choice. We need to know what your choice is. And so it was either around virtual learning or campus programming, which is similar in terms of what's the choice that we can have for our kids. You had questions around childcare. We will continue, just like when we went into distance learning, we have partnered with our community-based organizations to offer childcare. We encourage you to go into our website to see what those offers are, so that you can register your child as you need to, according to your work schedule. You asked for timely notice to make arrangements. We completely hear you. We are going to get that to you as soon as we possibly can. That's why we were so really thankful that our board took action to keep August 3rd as our start day, and to open in a distance learning. That helps families to at least know what the beginning of the school looks like. We have no way of knowing when we're going to go into a blended model. We actually thought, I think everybody thought that the summertime COVID numbers would decrease, but they're actually up more than they had been in the past. So unfortunately, we don't have that answer. But we will do our best to keep you informed. Again, our website and our board meetings, and then communication that's going to be coming from your schools will be very important for you to be watching for. There were questions around keeping students from falling behind, or difficulty with virtual learning, and more information about models and schedules. We too are concerned about children that are falling behind. Mr. Vitier said, we're educators. That's what we're trained for. That's our career. And none of us thought that this would ever happen in our career time, or we would actually have to work from home and not see our youth on a daily basis, not be able to experience the joy of their learning. nor be able to monitor them to see what needs to happen instructionally. So as part of our distance learning 2.0, we will have elements in place around intervention and support for our youth. And we do encourage you to listen to our board meeting this Tuesday night. You'll hear more information about the distance learning 2.0, and that should start to help you see what's come out from our state in terms of guidance around that, and then what San Bernardino City is doing about that. Next slide, please. So I'm going to transition, and we're going to go into this implementation map. Again, I want everyone to remember, this implementation map is our preparation for when we go into a blended model. While we're in distance learning, we're getting everything ready behind the scenes to be able to go into the blended model. And so what you're going to hear now on the 6 steps is in reference to the blended model. This is not changing the fact that we're opening schools in distance learning, nor is this implementation map changing the fact that we still will have the extended distance learning for any family who wants that. This is to assure the community that we have been very diligent in following the guidance, and now we're working on preparing our schools to return when it is safe to do so. And so following all these steps is part of that statement of when it's safe to do so. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Ramirez, who will go through most of, but not all of the steps. So next slide, please.
Good evening, team. Thank you for being here with us today. I want you to know that safety for students and family is our top priority. I personally have a student at San Bernardino High School, and my significant other works for SBCUSD's Nutrition Services Department. There are many of us personally invested in these recommendations. My daughter will be a senior this coming year, so we also understand the desire to have students experience campus activities. So we're being very thoughtful. We're listening to you, and we also feel these decisions personally. As a reminder, the implementation roadmap includes 6 steps. You, our community, provided feedback on the steps at our last session. We have listened closely and made adjustments where possible based on that feedback. Step 1 includes a recommendation to follow and work with local public health entities as related to guidance for safe reopening. There were no comments related to this recommendation during our session with you. Next slide, please. Components 2 and 3 of this step were to fully support vulnerable populations and a system for communicating with local health authorities around possible cases. There were also no comments around these 2 parts of the step. Next slide, please. The second implementation recommendation step related to establishing screening and monitoring procedures. Once again, like Dr. Monarrez just said, I would like to reiterate that these actions are for when it is safe to return based on our local conditions. Next slide, please. For this particular step, there were a total of 6 comments related to it. There were concerns about screening in terms of asymptomatic cases, and also questions about testing students and staff as part of the procedures. District-sponsored testing is very challenging because of confidentiality issues and is not part of the recommendation. As related to asymptomatic cases, please know that these are critical to the guidance of federal, state, and local agencies. Their guidance is a layered system that is designed to minimize the transmission of symptomatic and asymptomatic individuals. You can think of the first layer being guidance around local conditions. Cases need to be reduced and in a declining trend to minimize the number of cases that are out in our community. This reduces the chances of asymptomatic or symptomatic carriers from coming on campus in the first place. So this is the first layer. A second layer is screening. Self-screening and by family and staff will additionally reduce the likelihood that a sick person will come to campus. So we ask sick individuals to stay home. Once at the site or prior to accessing transportation, additional screening measures will, including temperature checks for students and staff, will also reduce the likelihood that an individual might transmit the COVID disease on campus. So you can see that there's layers and layers of mitigation. Hand washing, disinfecting, and face coverings are an additional level for reducing the spread that could otherwise occur, especially when folks are able to follow these procedures very well. Transmission will be reduced. A further layer of mitigation is the requirement of social distancing. So transmission is reduced significantly when people keep 6 feet apart. In addition, the recommendation put forth by our district asks that students are brought back in small numbers and for short periods of time at first to help them better comply with the PPE and the physical distancing norms. I'll talk a little bit more about this in a bit. When all of these measures are put in place, they drastically reduce spread. I want to reiterate that in order for the steps after the first layer to work, local conditions have to be met. This is why we have been saying when it is safe to do so. And also important to note that families will have options to remain in extended distance learning if and when it is safe to bring students back. Next slide, please. The third implementation recommendation step is related to establishing physical distancing and use of PPE face coverings. Next slide, please. So our community had 48 total comments around this particular step. You had questions about funding and paying for the PPE and making the spaces suitable to physical distancing. You also had questions about availability around PPE. There were concerns about how we would adjust for students who might not be able to wear PPE or who might not be able to keep social distancing. And also there was a lot of questions around how we could ensure that guidelines are met by all that are at our sites. So we have listened to those. We want you to know that as related to the funding piece, some state and federal funds have been made available to SBCUSD to cover costs related to PDS. In addition, the state of California is providing sites with PPE to support the implementation. So there is some funding available for this. As related to availability of PPE, currently teams are working on trying to acquire the necessary PPE per the guidance from federal, state, and local agencies. The recommendation is to bring back students and staff only when PPE is in the physical possession of our district and schools. So we wouldn't start school if we don't have PPE and a supply that will last us a significant amount of time. As related to adjustments for students who might not be able to comply with wearing PPE or physically distancing, the recommendation, once again, when it is safe to do so, is to bring them back in small numbers for short periods of time so that staff can ease them into the structures and work out how to make accommodations for those that can't comply on an individual basis, because they're all gonna be a little bit different. So we have to adjust to their own needs and work with them. As related to ensuring the guidelines are met, currently our district teams are working on guidance for schools regarding how to address staff and students that are not complying with PPE and physical distancing norms. So we'll have guidance for our schools in that area. Additionally, starting in small groups will help both students and staff adjust and make accommodations around the new procedures. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Aldo. So step 4 is our implementation recommendations, and we'll talk about hygiene and cleaning routines here. So hand washing and the use of hand sanitizer is going to be available when hand washing is not readily available. So we are purchasing additional stations for hand washing that we'll place strategically throughout a school. The state is also providing us with 12 one-gallon bottles of hand sanitizer for each school initially, and our teams are working on purchasing additional so that we keep a steady supply of hand sanitizer readily available in the instances that we are unable to quickly go wash our hands. But the recommended procedure is always going to be for our students and staff members to regularly wash their hands. And then routinely disinfecting our high touch points. So we know following each other around to map this out was an interesting project. To see what people touched over the course of a day so we could figure out what high touch points were was an interesting project. But we have figured out at a school where the high touch points are: your doorknobs, light switches, drinking faucets, handles, different areas that the kids touch, playground equipment, and stuff within their classrooms, their chairs, electronics devices within the rooms. And these are all going to be points that are considered high touch points that will routinely be disinfected and wiped down to prevent the potential cross-contamination. Next slide, please. So the questions that came up during this phase were, there were 7 total comments. The 3 top comments were the availability of cleaning supplies, what cleaning would look like, and the staffing. And so with the availability of cleaning supplies, that comes into our team's ability to purchase the equipment. So right now we have additional electrostatic sprayers coming in, and these are equipment that our custodians are wearing on their backs and also handheld, where they're able to enter a room and spray a disinfectant throughout the room, and it actually clings to items. So they can go inside of a room and in essence disinfect it in a matter of 3 to 4 minutes, where if they were to actually wipe down every surface by hand, it could take an upwards of 20 to 25 minutes. And so that's going to help our custodian staff. We're going to be able to stay at the same levels for the most part, and just really look at how we had our custodians cleaning schools pre-COVID and what it's going to look like in a current COVID environment. And then what the cleaning is going to look like is very similar to what you're seeing now. So there'll be a lot of the touch points that are getting cleaned. We will be able to provide some staff as trained with material to clean inside their classrooms as needed. And then on the staffing levels, that's continuously being looked at as we move forward. So we have our human resources team looking at our custodian runs, looking at how we use our staff efficiently to make sure that these environments are cleaned correctly. Next slide.
Good evening, everyone. This is Colleen Williams, Director of Student Wellness and Support Services. So the implementation recommendations regarding mental health and wellness are lengthy. So the stay-at-home orders have been, stay-at-home orders and social distancing requirements have been difficult for everyone, whether it's families, students, or staff. So beyond the physical safeguards that I know that Aldo and Eric just outlined for you, a major emphasis has been placed on reopening around staff and student wellness during this difficult time. Special care is being placed on addressing social emotional wellness through a balanced approach of safety, connection, and learning, with particular attention being around reconnection and relationship building to help with routines and supports. Next slide. In looking at the comments, there were 7 total comments regarding social emotional health or mental health. And the top areas of importance there, you can see mental health and then mental health for young students. And we would agree with all of those comments and say, and then some. So to proactively address those mental health needs, the district's Student Wellness and Support Services Department is actively preparing and prioritizing different supports. To outline those for you briefly, principals, vice principals, and district leadership will be receiving mental health first aid training to provide support for staff by looking at warning signs and risk factors for mental health concerns. We want to ensure that our staff are safe and healthy so that our students can be the same, and our students are provided supports from mentally healthy people as well. And then provide all staff with contact with students with the youth mental health first aid training so that they can monitor and support our students by looking for warning signs and risk factors of mental health concerns. We are expanding this support to be classroom teachers, instructional assistants, recreational aides, campus security officers, our police department, and on, health aides, nurses, to ensure that everyone who may come in contact with students has the ability to monitor and look for warning signs of any mental health needs. And we are excited to say we're expanding these trainings to families coming soon as well. And then we're developing trainings and lessons with activities for school staff to provide opportunities for staff and students to reconnect through social emotional learning lessons, coping strategies, relationship buildings, community building circles. The list is endless. And then asking our instructional staff to dedicate instructional time to include social emotional development within the direct instruction lessons, but then throughout the instructional time together as well. And then for students needing additional supports, for example, if they are suffering from anxiety around being at home and now having to, or eventually having to return to the school setting, we have our counseling services and our counseling programs at each of our school sites that has beautifully transitioned into the virtual environment and will continue to do so until we go back to the physical environment. And they have a referral process for additional supports that comes to the student wellness office. And then we contact the families and determine with you all of the needs that your children have and that your family has. And then lastly, we have great partners and services available to our students. And I know Dr. Monarrez mentioned this at the very beginning, but we have a partner, Hazel Health, that is a telemedicine, teledoc program where you can call or connect through the internet to a medical service provider. And it's all done through this company called Hazel Health. We last year had that support for 12 of our schools, and Hazel at the time of COVID was willing to expand to all district schools, all district students. So any student ages 4 and up may contact Hazel Health and receive those services and supports. And the over the moon information that we have for you is that Hazel Health has agreed to also continue to provide that service throughout the 2021 school year for us as well. So I will just give you a heads up that those consent forms for Hazel Health are also going to be in your re-enrollment packets or your new enrollment packets. So look for those as well so that your students can continue that support. And it's also available right now during the summer. And then increasing the implementation of social emotional learning development and wellness is a focus for the district as we move forward. So whether or not we're in times of COVID or we get to a place where we're past COVID, we will continue to strengthen the supports and services coming out of student wellness and support services for your students' social emotional well-being. Thank you. Next slide.
I forgot my mic was off. I apologize. The final step in the implementation plan that, again, I want to emphasize that these 6 steps will be in place before we physically bring students back for the blend-in model. So we're working on all of them. But the areas that we put into step 6 is around communication, training, and policy. So earlier I mentioned that we are revamping the webpage that is Ready SBCOSD, which is the webpage that I'll show you that link again that you can go to just to follow everything that's going on, to learn more about, for example, Hazel Health and the IEP Health Navigators, to learn more about childcare options, to hear the most updated robocall that our interim superintendent has put out. Just all that information is going to be placed on that website. You will see soon some new videos coming out. Some of our parents have asked for videos of what this will look like in practice, and so we will be working on getting that out. That should be coming to your inbox or your social media platforms soon. And then we definitely have to continue to train our teachers, our staffs, our families, and our students for when we come back. What do the new routines and procedures look like? Why is the use of PPE so important, even though if it's uncomfortable to have this face mask on? What does that mean for a child who health-wise can't have that on? How do we keep that child safe as well as the children around them? And the social distancing is a big component of that, as well as the hand washing. So training will be a big element. There were no comments on step 6 from our June 9th meeting, but again, I just want to assure the community that this is very important to us. We could have great plans written down, but if we don't train people and if we don't communicate around those plans, then they are just something in writing and they are not actions. And so I know for some people, you feel like we're not getting information out to you fast enough. I promise you we're working as fast as we can within the guidelines that are being provided, and doing it in a way where it's accurate and it's not hasty. So it is a fine balance with all of that. But in today's world, communication can never be over communicated and can never be fast enough. All part of our learning process. Next slide. So here's that page again that I showed at the beginning. And again, it should make a bit more sense to you now if you were here at the beginning. I ask you, if you've just logged in, take a picture of this. These 2 links are very important. The first link is for you to share with us what your preference is for each one of your children in terms of returning to school. Do you want to do distance learning going into a blended model? Do you want to stay in the extended distance learning? We need to know that by child, by school. So questionnaires should have been mailed to your home, but if you've moved or if you're new to our community, we wouldn't have that information unless you've registered with us, so we can get it in another way, which is digitally. So please do that for us. Thank you, Mr. Vitir. I see you updating as we speak. And then the web page on Ready SBCUSD. So again, this is on our landing page. If you just go into SBCUSD, our homepage, right underneath the banner that says Summer 2020, you'll see smaller thumbnail, I think they're called, smaller links for you to click on around childcare, around meal service. There's just different places, community resources, and it'll take you to a bigger web page, which is the one that Mr. Vitir just updated for us. So please follow that. We are improving it for your ease and your access to things. And then again, finally, you should start receiving notices from your respective schools within the next 2 weeks or so, what's specific to your school. Some of the information you may have heard tonight and they're just going to put it on their letterhead, but we know that the true relationship is between what happens at the school and the school personnel and then your children, right? District office is not the family as much as the school family is. So please watch for notices from your respective schools. Next slide, please. So now it's time to answer the questions, and I did check. I think we're up to about 123. So the process that we're going to go through, and we just ask for everybody's patience in this. This is the challenge with this digital remote setting, right? We want to keep our meetings open and open to as many people who want to join. We don't want to limit that. But when you do that in this live stream manner, then you can't get live questions. And so we have to find another way, which is for you to submit those questions. So we're going to keep the questions open for another 12 minutes. If you had any questions that came up during the presentation that you still don't understand how something works, we will be here. We will stay. We're scheduled to end at 8 o'clock, but if we go past 8 o'clock, our commitment is to get your questions answered. So Aldo Ramirez will read questions again. We grouped the initial questions into common types of questions. We'll answer those. And then any that are not part of that common grouping, we will answer separately. So if you don't hear your exact question, but you hear one similar to that, we were trying to find a way to keep everybody engaged in this setting. So We are doing our best to hear you, and hopefully you heard some of your input from the June 9th meeting and what you just heard with those implementation steps. So with that, Mr. Ramirez, will you start with the first question?
Absolutely. So two folks sent in questions regarding after school programs. I'll read them. If students are only going to school half day, will childcare be offered from after school until I get off work at 6 p.m.? And will there still be after school care?
So I think we answered that, but perhaps that question is specific to CAPS. And so our intention is to continue to offer CAPS when we return. So we do have to distinguish that, right? So while we're in the distance learning, we're not going to have people physically on campus. So we encourage you to reach out to the community-based childcare providers that we have partnered with. Again, you can find that on our website, who those people are. But when we do return, because our numbers have dropped, we're in this blended learning model, depending on what our schedule looks like, because we know based on, in order to keep students 6 feet apart, we could only have half of the student body on campus at a time. And for some of our schools, even half the student body is too many. So there's a few schools that are slightly different. Those schools will be working with their parent community to know that. So on the day that your child would be physically on campus, if they're part of our CAPS program, they will also have CAPS until 6 o'clock at night. So that was a really long response to a very simple question.
Our next question is about art classes. It comes from Susan. Hello, my 7th grader is bummed, of course, but would like to know if there are any art subjects that will be that they will be doing. Art is very important to him, a happy outlet. It's a passion for him.
It was the mom's name Susan? Is that what I saw?
Yes.
Yeah, when I saw that comment, Susan, my heart kind of got sad for your son, because I understand that. I can tell you, and then maybe Dr. Perez, if there's anything else to add to that, but if the school offered art as part of their regular schedule, then art will be offered. It will be in a distance model. So, you know, a remote learning model, but it will continue to be offered if that was part of their master schedule. And if I remember correctly, that was a 7th grader. So if it's part of master schedule, he will get that. And it's not going to be exactly what he's looking for, but it's going to be the best we can offer at this moment and still keep him safe.
Next question is about asymptomatic cases. As a parent and current employee of SBCUSD, I am worried that measuring student temperatures will not be enough to ensure that students are not already carriers of COVID-19. Are there other tests that can be taken into consideration, such as smell or taste testing, as these are other symptoms of the virus?
Mr. Batir, do you have any detail on that? I didn't find anything on that, but you may know something that I don't.
No, not at this time. There hasn't been any guidance. So in following the symptoms that we know surround COVID, obviously, having tests around that would be beneficial, but there's no official guidance yet. What we do know is that there are other school districts that are opening well ahead of us. And so we're kind of going to be looking and seeing how both state, local, and federal officials adjust as schools reopen and these questions come to fruition, these challenges come to fruition. And so we'll be paying attention to that as well.
Thank you.
The next question is about attendance and engagement. How will you ensure all students are given the necessary equipment or modes of communication for them to successfully engage in their class lessons? I understand the district offers Chromebooks and discounted internet resources, but how will the district ensure that all families have actually obtained these services, or that the families decline the services due to already having adequate access? What was the attendance rate like in the last 2 months of last year? What is the student attendance performance plan for the students who are not regularly participating in distance learning?
Dr. Perez, I'll start on that, and then if you want to add anything, okay. So that's a great question, and one that we've been giving a lot of thought to, and thankfully, so has our state legislature. So the new law that came out, SB 98, if you watch the board meeting on June 30th, you heard me speak to Trailer Bill AB 77. That was the first iteration. Then when it got signed, it became SB 98. So there's a bit more detail in it that we're still sifting through. It's about 250 pages of language, but we're working through it. And specifically in there, it requires school districts to have a plan for attendance, for participation, and participation they identify as either instruction, progress monitoring, which we know best as taking some kind of test or an assessment of some sort, or school connectedness. So some kind of SEL work or social emotional, or just checking in on kids. How do they feel and how are we connecting in this virtual setting? So all of those types can count into participation. We have to have a robust plan on how we're going to roll that out, how we're going to monitor it, and how we're going to document it. That is in the law. So we are working through what that will look like. And we're happy that came from our legislature. And we hope that you are as well. I think the other piece I would add, is the re-engagement of it. So there's another layer that we are responsible for if students have not logged in 60% of the week. So so we need them to log in daily. If they're missing 3 times of that week, then we need to have a plan in place, which means working with our teachers and then our principals, right? Because this is all going to work at the school site on how we're going to find out what's going on with those children and how we're going to bring them back into the fold so that they don't fall through the cracks. So I think your question, which was a really good question, I know there were many layers to it, is really about how we're going to make sure all children are that we have safety nets around all the children so that none of them are slipping through the cracks. Is there anything, Dr. Perez, you would add to that?
No, I think you covered all of the notes that I had and preparation that I did. Attendance will be logged daily, so we want to do that and we are obligated to do that. So know that it's not the distance learning of last spring. We really have a lot more safety nets and a lot more accountability for both us as the school district as well as for the families. So we will definitely be in partnership with one another to ensure that our students are getting the education that they deserve.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next question is about bus procedures. How will, it comes from Monica, how will safeguards be implemented for bus riders as well as drop-off area for children if they were to return to school?
So I think we covered I know we have a plan for the bus. In the presentation today, did we talk about the bus in detail? Maybe not.
We did not. I can speak to it though, if you'd like, real quick.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez.
So we're working, as you know, in our school district, we have a vendor that provides the busing service. And so we're working with the vendor to ensure that there are temperature taking methods available on the bus, also spacing where the students are staggered on the bus. Our transportation department has been working diligently on what our busing methods are going to look like to keep the kids physically distanced on the bus. And also a lot of it's going to be an educational piece. So just like, how do we keep the masks on the kids? It's going to be an educational piece that we're all going to have our part in, both our families, parents, the students themselves, and us as the school district, of just reminding folks to spread out. So at our bus stops, that's what we envision it looking like, is the kids we're going to have to constantly remind them until it becomes normal to stay 6 feet apart.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you. We have 6 questions related to childcare and supervision support. So these questions relate to working families who aren't there during the day and how they can ensure that their children are participating in the schooling activities. And also if there is some sort of support to help them with childcare, since when students go to school, they don't have to pay for childcare.
So I believe we addressed that, but I will share it again, because again, during this time, we just can't say things often enough. There's so much coming at us and we understand that. So There's two parts that you're asking. The first one is around the child care. We have partnered with child care providers in our community. You can access that information on our website. You'll see, again, under that really colorful banner that says Summer 2020, you'll see a little tab that says child care options, I believe it says. Click on that and it'll give you some options that we've already partnered with in our community. That's for the child care. I'm sorry, Mr. Ramirez, read the first part of the question.
Yes, so working families who are not there during the day, how can they get support in ensuring that their children are accessing the remote learning?
Yes, great question, great question. So you heard us talk a little bit about how the legislature has put something in place where each school district is required to have a re-engagement plan and making sure that children are participating, that they are logging in. So we are going to partner with you, your teachers, your principals. They will be partnering with you to let you know if your kids aren't logging in while you're not there.
So if I could just chime in. So the partnership that we have with the child care partners that are on our list is very tight. So we have actually been in communication and will continue to be in communication with them around what the expectations are for distance learning. So if you choose, and that's your circumstance, to have your child at one of the child care centers, we will also be in communication with the child care center so they're clear around what the expectations are for students based on their grade levels, the amount of time that they'll need to be, logging in or completing assignments and things like that. So that is also a safety net or a measure that we will be taking as well.
Thank you, Dr. Perez.
Next question. What is the projected date for in-person learning?
Well, I wish we knew. We don't have that answer. I actually did put a date out at one point, and then we took that date off because it was creating some concern because we have no way of knowing what our COVID rates will look like in the boundaries of San Bernardino City Unified, nor do we have a complete, some of the items that we need to have on the PPE side. So a few of them are in back order. So we have to really have two things that happen simultaneously. The number of COVID cases need to decrease to a point where we can open, and we do that in collaboration with County Health. They help us to know if it's safe to open. The other thing that needs to happen is we need to have all of the PPE in place and our schools physically set up to be able to make that happen. When those two things meet, then we can open our schools. And until that date, we do not know. And I know that as a parent, that's not the answer you're looking for. And I'd like to be able to give you an answer too. There's nothing like having consistency in life. That's what's so difficult and challenging about these unprecedented times.
Thank you. Next, we have four individuals who sent us questions about what the day will look like model when students can come back and it's a blended model. Will there be recess? Will they eat lunch at their desks? How many days a week will they attend?
Dr. Perez, can you speak to that? You're on mute right now.
Sorry. So the number of and what it will look like, whether they'll have recess or, so I think there's still details that we have to work out around what that will look like. What I will tell you, what we intend to do is actually create some videos to share with parents so that you can see what would it look like for me as a student or a parent dropping my student off. What will their day look like? Because we know that for us to describe in words doesn't do justice to see like, okay, this is what my students will look like lining up, and give more contextual visual to that. And Mr. Ramirez, I'm sorry, the last part of the question was, can you repeat that?
Yeah, so it was a few questions, but basically, what does it actually look like? The details of the blended day when students are back on campus.
And so it will be, I know we were asking about number of days. I know that what was presented in the presentation earlier was that it would be a split. So students would be taking some of their learning opportunities at school and then a portion of that at home. So still utilizing the distance learning component, but the complete breakdown, I think some of the models we were looking at were 2 days on, and actually, I'm sorry, Dr. Monarrez, I remember you mentioning within the PDS framework what the team had laid out.
We have a few models. We just need to finalize it with our teacher union. We
Right.
believe that it'll look like half days every other day. And we still need to, but this was all pre the law coming from the state. So we have to do a couple of changes based off of what the state has provided, because there's instructional minutes we need to work through. So it's still a work in progress. Again, I would just want to just let the community know that we just got this guidance from the state on June 30th. So it just came to us.
So Dr. Monarrez, if you want, and I'm thinking maybe you wanted me to share what the hours of the day would look like. Is that more? Okay, yeah, definitely that I can provide. So thinking about a school day, and it's for our kindergartners, what is given to us by state law and what we're working through to flesh out, what does that look like? Kinder would be 3 hours a day. So our kindergartners would be expected to be engaged in some way for 3 hours. And then first through third would be 3 hours and 50 minutes. So not a real round number, but 3 hours and 50 minutes. And then fourth grade through 12th grade would be 4 hours. So that gives, as a parent, you're, at least have some kind of idea of, what this might look like and the amount of time that your child would be engaged in their learning, with their teacher and doing activities that might be with peers, not physically, but, sharing some screen time with peers or things like that. So that's how the amount of time breaks down.
And Dr. Perez, just for everyone's clarity, when it goes into a blended model, those hours could be a combination of in-person and online. Yes,
exactly. And that's why I couldn't answer the initial question when you asked. I'm like, I'm not sure. We are not sure at this point, parents, we're working out. We know it's 3 hours, but what exactly that would look like as we gradually get into a blended model. We will have to, like Dr. Monarrez said, work with our teachers union and, a plan that works. And it will be different at the grade span. So our elementary students will look different than our middle and our high school students.
Yes, absolutely. And kindergarten or special needs children are going to look very different. Than the amount of time needs to be the same. What that time looks like will vary.
Thank you. The next question is about distance learning in the same vein. Will students be expected to sit in front of a computer screen for 4 to 8 hours a day? And will there be packets?
So I just described the amount of time that students will be engaged. That does not mean pure screen time. So this means that they're learning, with some screen time, that they're, in education, we talk about, taking on the learning and then have an opportunity to actually practice things, which is really where our students internalize and deeply learn. So I know that our teachers know that and will plan their lessons accordingly. So give a little bit of learning and that direct instruction to the students, and then give opportunities for students to either engage with one another so that they're cementing and deepening their learning. And then some learning, practice on their own that they're going to do, kind of independently. So it will be a mix of those things. So we definitely are not advocating for students to be sitting for 4 to, 6 or 8 hours. Is not the expectation. 4 for 4th through 12th grade, but you imagine that looks very different. So you think of a high school student, 4 hours could go by very quickly because they're in different classes. And so that, again, the structure will determine what that looks like. Their grade levels will determine what that looks like.
Next question is about dual immersion. Since it will be difficult for children to learn Spanish without being in school, are there special circumstances set aside for the children enrolled in the dual immersion program?
So it is our intent to provide students with the same learning opportunity that they would be provided with in the physical setting. It does present some challenges, and we are working through those challenges. But we will, again, our teachers are very, skilled and crafty in the resources that they have available to them. And the teachers and parents and the students, everybody in a dual language program is bought in. You don't put your kid into a program, like dual language, if the belief isn't strongly there. And so they're doing, getting creative and doing all of the things necessary as teachers to provide that instruction that will allow students to reach that goal of being bilingual, biliterate. So it will look different, but we are striving towards having dual language students have a still very rich learning opportunity and experience in both languages.
Thank you. Next question is about face masks. If or when students return to school, will they have to return full-time and wear the masks all day, or will be able to return half day?
So I'll go ahead and take that. So it's what we've talked about a little bit in terms of the scheduling. So there are requirements for instructional minutes, how much time children have to be learning. Again, they don't all have to be in an in-person setting. What our guidance and our review of the various entities, so our federal, state, and local guidance is around wearing the face masks, is that wearing face coverings in addition to 6 feet of distancing and with frequent hand washing or sanitizing, those are the ways to mitigate the spread of COVID. And so we will ask that students are wearing the face coverings unless there is a health reason why, or if there is a disability. Those would be then we'd find accommodations for those children. That being said, wearing a face covering for 6 hours is a really long time, and we all recognize that. And so it is another reason why we do believe that half day in person is in the best interest of just children in general, because who wants to wear a face covering for even, that's 3 hours approximately, and that's a lot of time. So there will be times where they can take the mask off and still keep distance, but for a moment, right? Not for a long period. It is it is the way to reduce the spread of COVID. And so we would expect that happens for our children. Mr. Vitier, would you add anything to that?
No, I think you're spot on. I think as we move forward with this, as schools reopen and we see the trends and see how this progresses, will really guide us. We know, we had conversation with the groups in China and what their classrooms look like, what they looked like initially. So, our answer is yes right now. In the event moving forward where we're able to place barriers, plexiglass, see-through barriers at certain desks that may allow for the same accommodation that you're trying to meet with the face covering. But it's really going to be important at this point that we continue the face coverings until we just learn more about the spread and other options that we may have moving forward.
Thank you, Mr. Vitier.
Next question from Andrea. For those students going to a new school or starting the new school year at a new school, will my child meet her new teacher before school starts?
Such a great question, and really, not that they're not all great questions, so don't get me wrong, community. That was one of the kind of the heart-wrenching sides of this is that we know, there's nothing more exciting than the first day of school and being able to see your new teacher and seeing your friends again. And unfortunately, physically in person, we're not going to be able to do that at the start of this school year. Now, that does not mean that our schools and our principals and teachers who are very creative will not set up some type of virtual meet and greet so that your children can meet their teacher in a virtual setting. That could look like a screen meeting like what we're doing right now. That might sound like phone calls. We're going to allow our principals to work with their teachers to figure out exactly what that looks like for their school, because we know each school context is different. But the in-person, right now, because of the amount of spread, we need to minimize the amount of people that we bring together. So at this very moment, that's not what it's looking like. That doesn't mean things won't change in the future. As you know, this pandemic has us shifting and being very nimble on a regular basis. But as of now, we will not be bringing people back physically for the first day of school.
Then we have two questions around transition to middle school. So students going from elementary to middle school, from Susan and Vanessa, and how we're gonna ensure that those students make a good transition from going from one teacher in elementary to multiple classes virtually.
Yeah, so our principals will work with their teachers and therefore their community to make sure that that transition happens as smoothly as possible. Again, that's very similar to the other question about maybe being new to a school. It'll look like some kind of virtual connection, possibly a telephone, depending on what works best for the family, so a telephonic connection. But our principals and our teachers, they want to meet their students too, and they understand that this transition is very challenging. So they will find ways, and we will support them in that. We'll give them guidance on different ways to do that. But I have a lot of confidence that our principals and our teachers will be very creative in bringing our kids together with their new teachers in a virtual setting.
Thank you. The next set of questions are 3 questions from one from Dana, one from a frustrated parent, and that's the requirements of teachers to actually be online and engage with the students during the distance learning platform time, and how we as a district will ensure that this is going on.
Dr. Perez, do you have notes on that? I don't want to overstep. Okay, go ahead.
So it's similar to what I described before with relationship to our commitment to the live interaction. So that is a requirement. Again, I'll state that's what we want to be doing. You know, we want to have that connection. I know our teachers miss our students, our principals miss seeing kids. We miss seeing, you know, the kids around and having interactions. So that daily live interaction with a certificated person, their teacher, a speech pathologist, you know, a variety of folks is required. We have to document that. And so, again, we're not talking about the distance learning of the spring where there were things that were loose and not accountability measures were not in place. This is very different, so much so that we actually have to account for the breakdown of the synchronous versus the asynchronous. And so that synchronous learning is where, like what we're doing right now, we're engaging together live. So we have to track when teachers are engaging with their students live versus the asynchronous learning where they're giving an assignment to a student or they're recording a lesson and a student is then accessing that later. We actually have to account for all of those pieces and report that. So, you know, I just really want to stress that it's our intention as a district and folks who serve the community, but it was also the intention of the legislators and our governor to say that this has to be a requirement because of, you know, potential learning loss and the social and emotional well-being of our student. So there's multiple factors that are driving the requirements that we have.
Thank you. So we have 2 questions, one from Susan, related to what is our response going to be if a student or an employee tests positive? Will contact tracing occur? Will the school shut down?
We actually, we have a very detailed approach to this, and I'm going to let Mr. Vitier talk about our CTT. That's the acronym, right?
Yeah, thank you. So contact tracing team, we have all kinds of new COVID related acronyms that we're building a book around. But currently we have folks that have been trained by the County Department of Public Health to conduct contact tracing within our school district. And that number is going to increase. The number of contact tracers will increase, as we know that as we repopulate eventually, that it's likely that the number of cases within a school district or within any employer or entity is going to increase. And so we really investigate each one of those on an individual basis. And what we've learned by starting this process is that it's really time and distance, proximity to an infected person that really is going to drive the actions that entities take. So simply being around someone who has COVID doesn't mean you're going to catch it. Simply walking past someone or being in the same room as someone that has COVID does not necessarily mean you're going to catch it. So we have a very detailed process that we've worked through with Department of Public Health, and we're actually using it now. As you know, many of our employees are back in district trying to get ready for even digital learning and distance learning. We still have to have folks in doing that now. So our contact tracing team is busy working with the Department of Public Health, and rest assured, we have our cleaning teams, our COVID cleaning team, our CCT, who are specifically trained in cleaning the environments that may have had a COVID positive person, so the classrooms or workspaces. And we have a very detailed list of how that works. So rest assured that our number one objective is to not have anyone come back to school if they are exhibiting symptoms or even asymptomatic and may get sick. But we are ready to handle that if and when it does occur. We're hoping it doesn't, knock on wood, but we're ready to handle it if it does.
Thank you. Next, we have 3 questions that ask about safety measures. So what safety measures are the schools taking when in-person learning can resume?
So the implementation, those 6 steps that we shared and that we shared on June 9th, and then we circled back and tonight shared with you, we're going to have all of these steps in place in order to ensure that children can return safely. That is our implementation plan around the safety of students. And so I hope that was enough information for you. It is a very detailed plan. I can assure you that, and it is a plan that we have shared with County Public Health, and so they are in agreement with us, and it is based off of what is coming from the health experts. They are the ones who are guiding this work. So things like, as I said, the use of physical or personal physical equipment, PPE, the sanitizing of our schools regularly, meaning daily, our classrooms daily, the temperature checks of our youth, and self-monitoring that we're going to ask both parents to do for children before they send them to school, as well as employees. Those type of measures. Our schools right now are looking at how the layout of the school will look in a physically distanced setting. How many desks can we have in one classroom? And all of those desks need to be facing forward. And if we can't do that, then we need plexiglass. We're down at that level of detail at this moment, gathering all that input from our schools so we can get them the materials they need. So we are taking this very seriously. It is a health and safety concern.
Thank you. Next, we have 8 questions coming around special education from Janet, Yvette, Maria, Rachel, and another Rachel. The questions are regarding how services are going to be done for students, speech, RSP, special day classrooms, and incoming kindergarten special ed students as well.
So our special needs children will follow the same model that any of our other children follow, special education children or general education children first. So just like everyone starting in distance learning, that would include our special needs children. When it is safe to bring them back into a blended model, then they would come into a blended model. All services are to be provided in the same manner that a general education child is. So if you have speech on your IEP, then you should expect that you will have a speech pathologist providing therapy, whether that's telephonically, through the phone, or through the computer until they can do it in person. You should expect the same from maybe your SDC teacher or your RSP teacher, and that's not happening. Then the process is to contact the school principal so that they're aware, because those are the people that are employed for their school, and let them know that those services are not being offered. And then our principals will work with our special education department to then work with the therapists or the teachers to make sure that your services are being provided. So that's the route to take if it's not happening. If it didn't happen in the springtime, that is not okay. And so we need to be sure that your children get what they need in order to be successful. So please reach out to your school principal. We actually are reinstating our voicemail system for our communities. It'll be up and running at all of our schools starting on Monday. So you can call. You have to let it ring 6 times. If someone's not there, you've got to let it ring 6 times before it goes to voicemail, and then leave that voicemail. It's then being routed through the computer to individuals to then follow up. And if you're not getting anywhere there, then we ask you to reach out to the special ed department to get your answers. But always start with your school first. Thank you, Mr. Ramirez.
Thank you. Next, we have 16 comments and questions supporting the distance learning option. The question is, will I have the option to keep my student in distance learning?
And so, yes, rest assured, we are providing that as an option as well. We saw many of you asking for that. We want to have various options that will work for you. So when you complete that questionnaire, whether you do it online or you mail it in, we're logging that in our student information system. That's our way of tracking. We will get that information to our schools, and then you will work with your school to make sure that when we go into a blended model, that your child stays in the extended distance learning.
Thank you. Another question that was that had a question about that option embedded in it. Have the HVAC air filtration systems been upgraded, and will students be provided N95 masks?
And I saw Mr. Batir come on.
Yeah, I can speak to that. So the answer on the N95 masks is no. We're going to stick to a more suitable and comfortable cloth face covering. Our team's currently looking at deploying 6 or providing 4 cloth face coverings for each one of our students, size appropriate. So we know some of our kids, if they were to wear one of our face masks, it wouldn't fit too well. So we're going to have 4 cloth face coverings for each student and each employee, as well as extras for visitors or students that may show up without any type of face covering. On the air filtration system, so the current filters that we have in there are the same ones that are used in hospital laboratories, but we are upgrading those under the recommendation of CDC to a filter that's going to remove about 95% of all the particulates inside of the rooms. And then the filter change is going to occur about every 3 months or sooner as needed. So I hope that answers those questions.
Thank you, Eric. Also, will the classrooms be decontaminated every day?
Yes, they'll be decontaminated after each group. So if we, and decontaminate is probably not the correct word because that would assume that there's contamination. So we'll just say they're going to be thoroughly cleaned in between each group. And that's why some of the models that you've seen or that our team's displayed has half day on campus or 1 day on campus and then the next day not on campus. That's going to give our team time to get into each space before it's reoccupied by any others.
And Mr. Batir, the purchasing of the electrostatic machines also helps with that, correct?
Yeah, so the electrostatic sprayers have been ordered, and as we've spoken around personal protective equipment and all the equipment that we need to buy, some of our delay families is that we're not the only entity that's buying all this stuff. So everybody's looking for the same stuff. So they have been ordered. That's gonna really make sure that the rooms are cleaned efficiently, because the disinfectant will actually electrostatically get itself into everywhere it needs to be versus having to rely on somebody with a cloth doing it. So it's a better method of cleaning. It's a quicker method of cleaning. And so, yeah, that's definitely going to help our teams as they move through the schools.
Thank you, Mr. Vitier.
And those questions came from Chakrathi, Marisa, and Morgan. Thank you for those questions. The next set of questions, 3 questions, revolve around textbooks and books from the library. Folks really wondering if they could have hard copies of the textbooks and access to library books, as they feel these are very important to the learning.
Dr. Perez, can you respond to that one on the textbooks?
I apologize, Mr. Ramirez. I was replying to a text message somebody was sending me.
That's okay. So 3 folks asking about textbooks, Kathleen being one of them. Will students have hard copies of textbooks, and will they have access to library books? They feel that these are having the physical copies of books would be beneficial for their learning.
Okay, so all of our textbooks will be accessible digitally, and I heard the last part of that is there's a level of benefit that a parent may find in having their student having a hard copy book. So many of the books that we have in our school libraries also will be accessible digitally through Myon. We have a software, a program that has thousands and thousands of titles available, and it would be accessible through the Clever portal, just like our textbooks are. That the hard copy books, I think, are something that we will not have access to immediately, because we will be in this distance learning environment. We don't want to have people coming on campus to get those kind of things at this point, but we recognize that and fully acknowledge that could be challenging for some. And so there is an option for a parent to opt out of the only wanting the digital. There's a waiver for that, and we would go through that process and honor that request to have families receive the hard copy. But in mass, we don't want to do bringing everybody onto campus to pick up all textbooks. We've made lots of accommodations to ensure that students have a plethora of reading materials available to them via Myon, and as well as their normal learning textbooks, their content area textbooks. But again, we will work with families who opt out of that as an option, to ensure that you and your child have what you need.
Thank you, Dr. Perez.
Thank you. The next question, will students as well as parents be given proper training for distance learning? From Megan.
Yes, so and proper training, that's a what is proper to one may not be proper to the other. So we are flexible. We want to hear from parents and tell us what you need, and we will accommodate that. I know that happened during the summer where families were not familiar with Aries. So we heard that, responded to it. We will continue to respond to what the needs are. So we have a series of options that we will be bringing forth early in the year. And then we know that we will have to change that up and probably deepen some of that, the offerings, deepen the knowledge base and the information that we're providing as we all and parents become more savvy with what's being taught and the learning and have different kinds of questions. So in short, the answer is yes, we will respond to what the needs are. Please just share with us what would make this learning experience really for everybody, because as parents, we're learning how to navigate this too. What would make that easier and more ease of use for you, and we will provide what's needed.
Next question from Dr. Dust. What training opportunities has the school district provided for teachers to help them with transitioning their in-person teaching pedagogy to a virtual environment, as well as what training have they received to foster student engagement in virtual classrooms?
So that too is a ongoing journey. So when we first moved into the distance learning environment in the spring, we had these kind of boot camp type trainings where all of our teachers were going through the Google Classroom and how do I use it. And just want to acknowledge that we have teachers, you know, on the spectrum, you know, all up and down, like completely savvy and, you know, doing some phenomenal and just really amazing things. And then teachers who it's no reflection on their ability to teach, but just the technology piece is maybe newer, more novel, foreign, whatever the case may be. And so we are looking at that and recognizing that we need to meet the needs, again, of all of our learners, as the teachers being the learners in this case. And so we offered a beginning level, you know, to more advanced level, but I want to reassure our community, you know, that we're continuing that journey. We have a couple of days set aside at the end of July specifically for that, right before our teachers go back into the classroom with their virtually back into the classroom with their students. And it's designed to actually provide more strategies for them around engaging students in that digital world. So it will be content area based, so they'll get information related to the different content areas that they teach. And how do I best engage my students when I'm teaching science, where sometimes science could be more hands-on? How do I do that most effectively? And what are some, you know, apps and other platforms and different technologies that are out there that have been built that we may not have been aware of or taking advantage of, that offer that kind of real world practical application for the student. So we have a team of people that have been at this really night and day, you know, I would say 24/7, trying to just ensure that our teachers are supported, because we recognize that there is a continuum. So that's in short some of the supports that we have been providing, and we will continue, just like I said with the parent piece, we will continue to respond as our teachers you know, get into the year and are saying this is what we need. And by the way, we did actually survey teachers as a result of our distance learning in the spring to say what do you need at this point, and that was taken into consideration as we planned the days for July.
Thank you. The next set of questions, 3 from Arlene and Angie, including them. When and how will I get information about next year? So class schedules, who my teacher is going to be, those kinds of informational pieces.
What was the name of the parent? I'm sorry.
Arlene and Angie.
Arlene and Angie, I knew it was 2 A's. You should be expecting to receive that information from your school. And so as long as you're registered in our district, then you're in our system and you're linked to a school. And so your school will let you know that level of detail. So I would be watching for it in the next couple of weeks, that when that will be coming. If you have moved or anything in the meantime, you can call our enrollment and placement center. I believe that they can then go into the system and update any address that may need to happen. So that's just another option for you. But your school will be giving you that level of detail, teacher, schedule, that kind of stuff. In the next, I'd say, yes, 2 weeks for sure.
Thank you. How many additional time will K-2 students get at school, or language learners?
So I addressed that piece around the amount of time. And so what is required by law, what the minimum required by law is 3 hours. And then was only asked about K? Was that?
K-2.
K-2, okay, so then again, it adjusted a little for 1st through 3rd grade to be 3 hours and 50 minutes. And again, I just want to keep reiterating, this is what is the minimum required by the Senate bill, is the 3 hours and 50 minutes for first through third grade. And then the piece around our language learners, they're going to get the same amount of time. What that time looks like may be different because their needs are different. And so it is something that we have been talking through and thinking through. It's kind of similar to the dual language question because the needs are different. And when you're acquiring 2 languages, your day's going to look a little different. More time spent in that language development, practicing, interacting, having more conversation. But the time requirements will be the same. They will get the same amount of time. We will just utilize that time differently to meet their needs.
Thank you. The next question from Lucy. Since many parents need to work during school hours and take kids to sitters, can teachers be divided into day or evening sessions so children and parents can be home together?
Mr. Halderson, are you still with us? We haven't had a question that was related to teacher work conditions yet. Could you answer that, please?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Monarrez. Good evening, parents. I'm Tom Halderson, Interim Assistant Superintendent for Human Resources. So that particular question in terms of dividing teachers into different times is something that we will be working through with our Teachers Association. We do have a requirement to work with them on the working conditions of our teaching staff. So that's something that will be discussed, but I don't have a particular answer at this time. We did meet with our teachers group yesterday, and we have, I think, about 3 or 4 meetings scheduled the next 5 days. So we will be coming to a conclusion with them hopefully soon as we get ready for the new school year on August 3rd. Thank you, Aldo.
Thank you. Next question from Donna. Will the children be required to wear masks all day? Will they still be able to participate in a normal recess? Will they need to eat lunch in classroom?
So Donna, at this point, we have to say that they will be required to wear the facial coverings. We aren't sure, will it be all day? What we can say is when they're on campus, they'll be required to wear that. The amount of time may vary. And it really depends in terms of recess and lunch, what our schedule ends up kind of playing out to be in that blended model. It may not be the kind of recess that our children are typically used to because we do have to be careful with the sharing of equipment, the sharing of the swings and the jungle gyms. I'm sure when you pass a city park, you see that they're not open right now for anybody to be on. And I don't know about you, but I am longing to go on a swing, but I can't, and nor can our children. So there's going to be some accommodations around that. But will there be space where children can get up and run around? I'm sure that will be offered to them by our teachers. And lunch-wise, if we go with a half day where we send children home, then we're going to send them home with lunch for that day, breakfast and lunch for the following day because they would be in a distance model, and then lunch the next day. The breakfast the next day. That's if we go in that every other day schedule. But our children will be fed. And if they end up eating at school, then we'll do it in a distanced manner. Otherwise, they'll take lunches home with them and they'll eat at home. And if they stay for CAPS, then we will continue to do that in a distanced manner, the 6 feet. Is there something you want to add, Mr. Vitier?
Yeah, I was just going to say, to your swing comment, I think just being outside is healthy, and we all miss that at times. And we all know the type of desert climate we're in. And so if you were to say, let's go outside on Saturday, it's supposed to be 104 degrees. None of us want to be out in that, but we definitely have times throughout a school year and depending on when we come back where it may be beautiful outside, and the opportunities will definitely lend themselves to our teachers and to our kids to get outside and physically distance I don't think there's anything gonna be wrong with everybody pick up your chair and let's go outside, and they separate them 10 feet apart and everybody takes their face covering off for a little bit. As long as we're maintaining the procedures and the safety recommendations that we have coming down, I think we're going to be able to be, a little flexible with some of the things, ensuring that everybody's safe. But we all have that desire to not have those on, I'll tell you.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Vitier.
Next question, how are you going to accommodate teachers who are going into the classroom to work, but have students who are only going to school 2 days a week? And I'm interpreting this to mean that their children are going to school 2 days a week.
Mr. Halderson, I think that there was something discussed yesterday briefly with our teacher union around that. Am I accurate?
Yes, I mean the childcare issue is a big issue. We definitely understand that because we are going to have parents that have to go to work, and their children could be, at home on distance learning. So that's something that is in discussion. I know that Dr. Perez mentioned our daycare establishments in the school district, but it's something that we are discussing, and we know it's going to be a difficult topic, to be honest with you, but something that we are continuing to discuss.
And we're hopeful, I'll just add to that other school districts are going to then offer the childcare to their community. So if our teachers live in another district, they would have access to that community's childcare options. So because everybody's trying to figure this out. So I do know that that's something that's been mentioned.
Next question from Emily. How will the district ensure that all scholars have working tablets or computers and reliable internet connections at all time? What plan do you have to reach and support the scholars that have not been logging on? How will the district continuously include parent, scholar, and community member demands and needs in their actions during this time, beyond occasional surveys? How will you implement emotional healing and counseling services for youth and parents during this time? How will you ensure that parents have a direct contact with school and district staff whether through email or phone during this time? Many of us had a hard time getting through to anyone. I have seen many scholars and parents have difficulty getting the basic resources for district learning and have not seen attempts by teachers or districts to get a hold of many scholars that did not log on once during April through June online sessions. I also understand that teachers were facing their own personal difficulties, but students were not been given consistent meeting times from their teachers. How are you going to support teachers and students with this issue?
So many layers to that question. I think actually we've answered many of it. Let's start with, well, first of all, Emily, thank you for calling them scholars. We love that. They are, we know that they are. So let's start with the re-engagement. I'll talk about it, and then anything you want to add to that, Dr. Perez. So as we said, there is now in the state law around distance learning that we are required to have a plan for re-engagement if a child has not logged in, if they've missed 60% of a week. We are going to be tracking what that looks like and have a good, strong monitoring system around it. And then we have to have a plan, which means it is our principals engaging with their teachers and their support staff to reach out to children who are not logging in with that daily interaction and bringing them back on board. So again, it's that safety net of gathering our kids and not letting them fall to the wayside so that they can be successful in a very different learning modality than any of us have ever experienced. What else? I know there's many questions in there, Mr. Ramirez, so.
I can take, let me chunk it out. I'll take the tech and the school contact.
Great. Thank you, Eric.
On the technical side of the house, as it relates to students' devices or connectivity with hotspots, we want to just remind our families that we do have our CyberTech hotline up and running, and they are available, and I'll go ahead and announce that number so that everybody has it, but it's 866-223-8685. Again, that's 866-223-8685. And they'll be able to guide families that are having technical issues with issued devices, with issued hotspots, need to swap something out, something fails to work, or we can make an appointment for you to come into the school district, or even we've even had cases where we've delivered stuff to folks' homes that could not make it in. So we're very accommodating with that. And then on the comment related to making contact with the schools. So each school has been given their own email address. So if I was at ABC Elementary, it's abcelementary@sbcusd.com. That goes to the principal and several key staff in the front office that can answer directly any parent concerns or direct it to the appropriate teacher or within the district that it may need to be. And then we also spoke earlier about the phones. So our goal right now is to not occupy the offices. We're trying to keep our staff home and safe. So in the event that there happens to be somebody in the office, they're there working on essential duties, the phones will ring 6 times. So if there's a secretary or clerk in an office and they're there, they'll be able to answer within those 6 rings. At the end of that 6th ring, you'll receive a voicemail, a prompt, and then you'll leave your contact information, and that'll be emailed out to the school administration, secretarial staff. And our commitment is that within one school day, one working day, that you'll receive a call back from that campus. So we hope, we understand it's hard for our families to call a number and have somebody answer right away. We want to commit to making sure that happens. So those are the 2 answers I can weigh in on.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Alder, was there anything else that we missed in that question? Oh,
Consistency of schedules.
Consistency of schedules and social emotional, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know. Colleen, you want to go first?
Sure. So I know that there was reference to counseling programs and counseling supports and then social emotional health. So I'll chunk that out to take Eric's terminology. So counselors have completely been able to transition to distance learning just like our teachers. And they have developed their own Google Classrooms for their caseload or their assigned students. With multiple tasks to do, whether they're pushing into the teachers' classrooms and providing support with social emotional learning lessons there, or providing small groups. Some of them are even doing activities at lunchtime or recess where kids can come and hang out with them in their Google Classroom to do activities, whether it's a digital resource of doing some dancing or some coping strategies or even origami with a scratch paper. So our counselors have been dynamic in their own learning curve of learning Google Classroom and developing those resources, and continue to receive support from each other and our department to better do that across the district. And then as far as mental health and social emotional, and I think there was a reference to resources as well, Mr. Ramirez. So talking about those social emotional resources, what the Swiss department was able to develop was a referral process. So all of our counseling, our counselors and counseling programs had access to a referral process through an email address with us and a survey similar to the surveys that you all fill out regarding students and their needs. And then our staff contact the families and determine what needs need to be addressed, whether it's food or clothing scarcity, or physical health, which of course you heard us talking about Hazel Health, and then I omitted the part about the IEHP navigators, so I'll just add that in right now. Thank you, Dr. Monarrez. IEHP navigators are staff members from IEHP, and they reach out to the families and try to remove the barriers for our families in receiving the medical supports or mental health supports that IEHP offers, and ensuring that families get exactly what they need to kind of move the mountains for our families. And again, they were a resource that we had deployed at 10 school sites during the 1920 school year, and once COVID kicked in, they agreed to support all of our district campuses. So we're very thankful for their partnership as well and providing support. So we had those resources. In addition, we have partners through Department of Behavioral Health with Victor Community and Uplift Family Services that are also additional mental health resources. And our in-house heart team that also provides mental health therapy as well. So those are kind of the laundry list of all of those resources to ensure that we have enough and it's robust enough to address all of those concerns or anything that families may need from us as well.
Is there anything else on that question? Did you say something around schedule?
Consistency of schedules.
Can you, I'm not sure if that's with me, but can you, what was the context?
So students and teachers had schedules that weren't fixed, like fixed sessions every Tuesday from 8 to 10. They were staggered and at different times.
And so those decisions will really sit with our schools. They're going to figure out schedules that work. But I want to reiterate, and I know that I can't say this enough, it will not be operating the same way that it did when we were in the spring and distance learning. There has been more time for more planning around this and enhancements and learnings that we've had. So we know that our schools and each school, the reason that we won't just blanketly say every kindergartner is going to go at this time, because our schools are very nuanced. They have different things about them, different programs, different offerings. So we have some schools that offer, dual language. We have some schools that are magnet and have environmental science programs. So because our schools are individual, they're all unique. We want the schools who know best what's going to work for them to make those decisions. But there will be scheduling, like I shared. There's accountability from us as a district as well as from the families, and so we will adhere to those accountability pieces, and can ensure that we will have much tighter schedules maybe than a particular family experienced in the spring. And there will be accountability for those pieces.
Thank you, Dr. Perez. I think we've answered all portions of that question, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so just for the participants, the viewing audience, we have 80 more questions that have come in different ways. In total, we've got 152. We are just about halfway through. So we are committed to staying on until we answer all these questions. It is, of course, each participant's option to stay or to go about your business this evening, but we're committed, so we will keep going.
Next question from Andrea. What happens if our child has a 504 plan in place? Also, what of our children going into kindergarten?
So if a child has a 504, then it is still expected that the school follow the accommodations that are in that 504. And if that did not happen, so the way the law reads around 504s and children with disabilities, it's to the greatest extent possible. So if the accommodation can be met in a distance learning model, then that is to be followed. If that's not happening, or if that did not happen, again, please make sure that the teachers know about the 504 for your child. And then if you're not satisfied, then you work the chain and you talk with the principal. And if you're still not satisfied with how the 504 is being implemented, then I would ask you to reach out to our special education department and they will support the school in that. The second question was about a child going into kindergarten. Is that the question?
Yes.
And so I'm reading into the question, and I think it might be about registering your child for kindergarten. And if that's the case, then I would think that you would be registering them at the same school that your child has a 504. And so you can, packets will be coming out, but also you can contact our enrollment and placement center and they can also support you with that registration. I hope that's the part of the question on the kindergarten. Is there something else, Dr. Perez, to add?
Yeah, so I do want to address, because we talked about packets, I do want to just share with families that what you will be experiencing is an online enrollment process. Again, we are doing everything to kind of limit the face-to-face interaction. And so if you are enrolling a new student or doing re-registration, those processes will happen online. Again, we will make accommodations for any family that needs an actual hard copy packet. Just please reach out to the Enrollment and Placement Service department and they will accommodate that. But I just wanted to clarify, because I didn't want families to think that they would be receiving something hard copy in the mail or anything like that. We are trying to be remote as possible, which includes an online enrollment process.
Thank you. I did forget about that. I thank you for catching that.
Dr. Perez, can I weigh in on that also? So over the
Sure can.
probably over the weekend and into Monday, our families are going to receive quite a bit of information, social media, robocalls, et cetera, that's really going to guide them through the process you were just talking about with online enrollment and re-registration. So we understand that there's different technical levels in different homes, different needs in different homes. And so like you said, our team has been 3 days, our incident management team has been 3 days around the enrollment process, moving it online and supporting. And so there'll be plenty of family support as we move forward on that. But look forward to more information coming out to all of our families over this weekend.
Next question, will teachers be allowed to teach online from inside their own classrooms? Students will feel much more like they are in school.
I see Mr. Halderson coming on.
Yes, I can take that question, Dr. Monarrez. That's something we're obviously looking at with our Teachers Association, but I think the main thing at this stage of the game is safety. And as has been mentioned earlier, we are in a problem right now in our community regarding COVID. So that's something we will look at and evaluate, but keeping in mind the safety of all of our employees.
Thank you. Next question is from Livier. Reopening in the fall will, with all the measures you have in place, require children to wear a mask at all times. However, what research or expert medical opinion can you provide that this is safe for children? This issue was brought up in previous meetings and we are told it would be addressed. However, still no answer. I am not comfortable sending my child back to school in those conditions. However, I am also concerned that there will not be enough support and instruction time for those of us that decide to do only distance learning. How can you ensure that distance learning students receive same quality of instruction as those going physically to school? Back to physical in-school learning. Once there is actual confirmed case of COVID-19 in school, how will this be handled? Is the school district shutting down or just the class? Is the school shutting down or just the classroom in which it was confirmed? A lot of questions and factors you don't seem to be thinking about. My last point, the lack of parent representation. Teachers have SBTCA to represent them and voice concerns. We have no parent committees. Surveying 500 parents when our school district has thousands of students, well, that's a joke and an insult.
I'll take the first part of the question around the masks and what research do we have about the impact of that. So we've looked into, is there research about a negative impact of children wearing facial coverings? And we're not finding anything. In fact, all we're finding is that it helps to protect children, with the exception of children younger than 2, that it's not recommended there. It's not recommended for children who have a disability or a medical condition that would not be safe for them. But other than that, we're not finding any research that says that children should not, and that it's not in their best interest to wear facial coverings. The American Pediatrics Association actually talked about how For some children, the reason why they don't want to wear it is because it's uncomfortable if their peers aren't wearing it. So much of it is about a conversation with, between the parents and the child, that why this is important right now, why this is a need, and how this helps to decrease the spread of germs. So it's really just about educating our children around this. As a parent, if you still don't feel comfortable sending your child to school, we're completely in support of that, and that's why we're offering the extended learning option, which then I think went to your second part of your question around really improving the distance learning. Dr. Perez has mentioned many times how we're making this robust. If you want to summarize that again, Dr. Perez, and then we can turn it over to Mr. Vatier on the
Sure. So multiple measures to ensure quality of the learning. The first, or one of them, being the work that we're doing alongside our teachers to provide supports for them to up their skill and their game as far as how they're delivering instruction. And I forgot to say this before, but I want to mention we had the opportunity to visit some classrooms actually in the spring, and I have to say I don't want to say surprised, because I don't think our teachers are capable. I was just blown away, is maybe the better word, at all of the preparation that I could tell went into it, because the way that they were working and engaging with students. And again, I know everybody has a different experience, so I don't want to paint this broad stroke and say every classroom looked like that, but that's our goal. What I saw when I was able to visit classrooms were that's now the benchmark, and so we're going to keep working until we get all of our teachers with that skill set to teach in that manner that I witnessed. And it wasn't just in one classroom. We were able to visit multiple classrooms at different levels and different content areas, and it was really impressive. And the students, I just sat as a silent observer, and the students were engaging with one another and really having some thoughtful conversation. So I was pleased to see that. And so that is what we work towards. So in short, providing the supports for teachers so that they all can move the dial for themselves around their learning and how to deliver in this distance learning environment, because they all want to. Our teachers all want to, provide a good learning opportunity for their students and see the growth in their kids. I know that. So we will continue to support them, and then we will continue to provide supports for families. I know that a lot of the questions that I was getting, not in this forum, but just in the community and talking with parents at different opportunities, was what do I do when my student needs help? And I know this because I'm at home with them and I see that, or I'm more engaged now because I'm the learning's taking place in the household. And that's what our Family Engagement Center is set out to do, is to provide that support. So I said it before, but continue to share what the needs are. My student is struggling with math. How might I help them, in the home setting? Obviously, the teacher will be doing their part as well. But those are the things that, we, want to hear and will respond to.
And Dr. Monarrez, I'll speak to the COVID positive case. I believe we touched on it earlier, but just to elaborate on that. So each case is investigated individually. So it's really once we determine that there's been a positive case somewhere, then our team starts backwards mapping, contact tracing is what it's called, where that person was at, who they were in contact with, for how long. And so to answer the question, it may mean we shut down a classroom. It may mean we shut down several classrooms. It may mean we shut down a school until it's cleaned, and we're okay with that. You've heard our this team as well as our board say loud and clear that safety is first, and that is reassuring to me as the district safety officer, to me as a parent, and it should be to you as well. So we will ensure that the safety of our staff and students and families is paramount, and we'll respond accordingly when we have the positive cases, and make sure that we can take care of our families, take care of the kids, take care of our staff, get the schools cleaned and reopened in a safe manner, and all in collaboration with Department of Public Health. So we have to go through them and work with them on positive COVID cases, it's required. And so we're not thinking about it. Matter of fact, we're probably overthinking it at times, but rest assured we will take care of it when it occurs.
Thank you. And Mr. Ramirez, I think there was one other question kind of about surveying parents. Was that part of that one?
Parent participation. It was more of a comment than a question.
Okay, all right. Well, I will just close out that question then. Dr. Perez and I were speaking, it was either yesterday or today, one of these 2 days. We are going to be working with an organization that will be reaching out to our parents. We're going to have them survey. They have a way of doing things to find out about your experience with distance learning in the spring. So we are looking for different ways to engage with our parents. So more to come on that. We are setting up a meeting with them to do that, but we are definitely trying to think of all the different parties involved in this social experiment that we're doing through distance learning. Thank you.
Very good. The next set of questions: how will attendance be taken? Will the district give grade level specific time blocks for Google Meets? Some parents are also teachers and must monitor their own students' learning. This would be good to know. When will the meeting times be? Has the district taken maturity levels and attention span of students to ensure developmentally sound time blocks for distance learning? Please keep the safety of all in mind when discussing distance learning for next year, that numbers of COVID-19 are on the rise. I would not want my child or anyone else to contract the virus at school.
So the first two first one was related to attendance. And so I will share again that the guidelines for attendance are a lot more stringent. We will be keeping record of that and taking that daily. And there is this requirement and piece for the daily live interaction. So I think that will take care of the concerns that may have existed in the spring around the kind of flexibility of attendance in that period. It's different now. And so we will continue to message that to families so that parents understand if your child is absent, why we're calling, and sometimes maybe bugging, but it's because out of concern, and we want to make sure that it's not for any other reason, like their technology isn't working anymore, or they are sick, or whatever the case may be. So there's that piece related to attendance, and the second piece was around schedules, district-wide schedules, and I addressed that previously as well. That is not our intention to have district-wide schedules, for the reason that our schools are so unique, and they need to set schedules that work for the programs and programs that they offer and the uniqueness of their school site.
Thank you.
And then maturity levels in terms of the time blocks.
Oh, okay, yes. So most definitely, and we saw that come from our legislators, really. I hope that those things were taken into consideration, and that's how we got to this staggered place. I also want to remind that when we talk about the allotted time or the designated time, our teachers, know kids best. They work with them. Many of our teachers, multiple years, and know what works for a third grader. And that's why there's that flexibility in the amount of time that they're spending face-to-face virtually, providing a lesson, and the practice opportunities for that student, either individually or in a group in a group environment on virtually as well. So there's flexibility, I believe, specifically because of that, because we know that our students, depending on age, their attention spans are different. Their ability to stay engaged, even if we're in costume or standing on our head or whatever as a teacher, are going to be different. And so, yes, those things have been taken and will continue to be taken into consideration as we map out what days will look like for our youngest students to our, oldest students, in the junior and senior level.
Thank you. Our next question is very similar to a previous question. I'll read the part that may be a little bit different. Will school staff be required to test for COVID-19 before going back to school and having contact with children? Will all your new safety measures for reopening have you considered the fear you will be causing on younger children? They will not feel safe to go to school and in turn affect their academic performance. Lastly, if we choose distance learning, will you ensure our children get same quality of education as the one attending a school campus?
Mr. Vitio, you want to take the first part? Thank you.
Yeah, so I'll take, and I'm sorry, Aldo, can you repeat it? Just
Possibly back up.
Yes. Will school staff be required to test for COVID-19 before going back to school and having contact with children?
So the current law does not allow for us to test preemptively or require it as an employer preemptively. However, testing up until last week was readily available and free. So we are seeing a shortage nationwide that has been reported of the availability of testing. And so we're watching that. We are promoting that along with our San Bernardino County Department of Public Health, pushing that out to all of our employees. And frankly, as this progresses, we know many of our employees have gone to get tested just proactively on their own. And so, but as a requirement, not at this time. We'll wait and see if some law changes that will require it. But because it's a medical issue, it's a medical condition, there are medical laws that would go around that. So not at this time. And I think that maybe the second part I could answer as well, if you could just repeat it before we got into the.
That was the fear that this going back to school would cause in young children.
Thank you, Colleen.
It's almost like I'm in a classroom, I'm waiting. So one of the things I would say is definitely part of the work around our social emotional wellness is definitely spending time rebuilding those relationships or establishing new relationships if children are in classrooms with new staff, and then ensuring that they get in contact with their counselor and develop a sense of community in their classroom and in their community, that we share with them that any of the personal protective equipment, procedures, et cetera, are to ensure people stay safe. And that's one of the main pillars of the environments at which we establish for students so that they are successful in our schools, is that safety, connection, and learning. So that is definitely one of those pieces, is just ensuring they understand why we're doing all of these things, so that then we are free to connect as much as we physically can when we come back. So hopefully that helps.
Thank you, Colleen. There's one more part of that, isn't there?
Yeah, ensuring the quality of the distance learning being equal to the school in a blended model.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we shared that multiple times, but what I will say is that we have to think about our learners, and I've heard a lot of people say, oh, we want to ensure that the quality is the same and that our kids are getting the learning that they deserve and that as a parent you want them to have. For some of our students, this is going to be ideal. They're really gonna, it's gonna appeal to them and they're gonna like this. And so I want us to be open-minded to that and know that, and I'm not saying for every kid, but for some kids, this is gonna be exciting for them. This is gonna be the tap into that learning excitement for them. And so, we will continue to take all the measures that I previously described with, building up our teachers' capacity, ensuring that our leaders have the resources that they need to support the teachers, and that we're supporting parents all along the way. But I just, wanted to kind of address that, possibility that your child may really thrive in this environment, and you know, we just need to keep an open mind to that. Every student's a different kind of learner, and so you know, we will do everything to ensure that the quality is rivals what we had in a physical setting. Know that how a student receives that is going to be based on, you know, their learning styles, and so this may allow us to better understand how our children and the students that we serve learn best.
Thank you. And those questions came from Ernest. Next question from Dana. Are parents going to be responsible for teaching, helping students with their foreign language classes again? Will that be postponed for now? And some instruction is hard to receive via video.
So I'll jump in. So the foreign language classes, they will be, you know, all of our courses will be taught and making accommodations along the way. So if a student has a, you know, French class or German or whatever class, they may be enrolled in a Spanish class, they will receive instruction. If that is part of their schedule, they will receive instruction for that. You know, there's ways to provide enhancement that is actually uses technology to enhance the language acquisition. So our multilingual programs department has been delving into that and accessing resources that can help, that will help our teachers as they move through this. And there, like I said, there are some actual, you know, apps and different technologies that will allow for enhancement of the teachers or work alongside the teachers teaching of a foreign language. I do completely understand where you know, a parent and family is coming from, in that some things are harder to teach in a physically distance, you know, in distance learning way. You know, the thing that comes to mind for me is science, but we're, you know, how do you do labs? How do you do all these things? But we are working through those. And there's a lot of innovation out there right now. There's so many people thinking creatively about how we meet our students' needs. So we're not the only people thinking about this, and we are constantly partnering and exploring and learning alongside experts in the field to ensure that our students do not get shortchanged.
Thank you. The next question from Stephanie is actually 6 questions. Maybe I'll read the first 3 and then the next 3. Will there be live teaching each day? Will assignments be graded for credit and feedback given to the students, as there was 0 feedback given the last trimester of the past school year? How will it taken each day?
How will what? Oh, okay. So yes, the live interaction we've talked about, there will be an expectation, a requirement for the live interaction each day. And attendance, the way that will be taken, we actually know that we're going to have multiple measures for that. So there'll be the daily attendance, almost typically like what we were accustomed to doing. But there will be aspects where, like I mentioned previously, we have to account for the amount of synchronous time versus asynchronous time, just so that we're monitoring that and making sure that we're not going too far to one side where there is a shortage of the interaction between student and teacher because of the relationships, because of the learning, for all of those factors. And then I lost I think middle question.
Feedback.
Oh yes, actually, we haven't heard a question about grading yet, so I got excited when I heard it. So yes, grading, we are, it will be different again from what it was in the spring. We know there was this hold harmless, and you know, grades couldn't be changed and all of those factors. Again, the accountability piece looks very different. Students will earn grades like they have in the past. Teachers will help students, you know, rise to the expectation and earn those grades, and work with them, you know, to help improve those grades or keep a good grade or a solid grade through the feedback. That will be the expectation, just like we do in a physical classroom setting. where you're interacting with kids and providing feedback to their writing or to their, a project that they've completed. That is the expectation. That is what we will be doing. And so thank you for that question. We had been batting this around a lot, like what does that really look like? And there are still some details that need to be worked out. But we definitely, it won't be what it was like in the spring. Students, because that kind of, I know, and I heard from lots of parents, even from, some of my own family, that kids were kind of like, I don't, not taking it as seriously. That is not the environment, the learning environment that we want or need. And so we will not be operating in that manner as we move into the fall.
Thank you. The next three of that same section, will students receive any physical copies of textbooks, or will all textbooks be online? Will there be a strict schedule to follow for the school day? And what time will school begin and end each day?
So the textbook piece, all of the textbooks will be offered digitally. That is something that's really important to us. We want to ensure that everybody has access. So with that, if a family chooses to opt out of having the digital textbook or any other materials, they have the right to do that, and we're happy to accommodate. And we'll figure out how to do that, whether we're mailing things home or figuring out some way to get those materials to the family. And that will definitely be an option, for our families. And then the next piece was around scheduling. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is that correct, Aldo? I thought I saw you.
Yeah, yes,
okay.
That is correct.
And so, as stated before, we won't, be dictating or giving a mandate for what schedules will look like. We will allow for schools to determine that. But I feel like this question was a little different.
They're wondering if there's going to be a strict schedule, is the language they used. So
okay.
Maybe that could be a consistent schedule.
I think so.
Yeah. Okay. And so yes, it will there. And again, the schools will determine that, but there will be a schedule. It won't be where you're unsure as a parent when your student is expected to be engaging. And I think the difference is because there's this expectation for daily live interaction that makes things much more consistent. And so, as Dr. Monarrez stated, I think early on in the presentation, you will be getting information over the next couple of weeks from your schools, detailing and outlining more of the site-specific information.
Yeah, and the last part of that was if we had any start and end times right now.
To the day.
Yes.
I am actually, I don't think that we have that nailed down. I'm looking at Dr. Monarrez. I don't know about it within the physically distance, if that was something the teams discussed or talked about.
No, not at all. And what we do know is we would have to work within our collective bargaining agreements, which are our contracts with our teachers' parents. And those do outline the start of the school day and the end of the school day. And so we wouldn't go outside of that.
Right.
But it's really going to be based off of when we go into the blended model. No, not even that. I apologize. No. Distance model as well. Each school will look a little bit different. So I think this parent is really looking for some consistency on when my child's on and when they're not.
Right.
And so I would want that from the school to define that.
Thank you. Next question from Christy. What are the plans for employed rec aides?
Mr. Halderson, can you answer that question?
Yes. Rec aides are still employees of the district, and so we've been working with our classified association because obviously when kids come back, the rec aides will be working with the students directly. But in the distance learning program, when people are at home, we're working with our classified association on that to see if possibly we can have our rec aides do things like contact students who are not attending, contacting parents, for questions. So those are things we're working out with our association.
Thank you, Mr. Halderson.
You're welcome.
I'm sorry, I lost my spot for a second. Here we go. Next question, is the school district giving any real consideration to fully open the schools?
I can say that we're giving real consideration to making sure that our guiding principles, we're adhering to those. So first and foremost, keeping our students and staff safe, following guidance from state, federal, and local levels, offering the most robust learning environment that we can possibly do, and adhering to or making sure our working conditions are safe and accessible for our employees. Do we want to bring our students back? Absolutely. We want to see our children, we want to see our staff, we want to see our parents. So we're not trying to look for a way not to work with the reason why we went into education. So yes, we actually would love to be able to be starting our school year out in a traditional model. That would be ideal. We're not in that space right now, not as a nation, and definitely not as a local community.
Thank you. Next question. Will school hours be the same as if they are at school in person? Also, how will this work with middle schoolers who have multiple teachers? And last question, will there be any kind of meet and greet or orientation for teachers and students or parents?
Go ahead, Dr. Perez.
So the schedules for middle school, again, those will be site decisions, recognizing that they have multiple classes, and again, some of our middle schools have specific programs that would require them to have some sort of flexibility in scheduling. So we are allowing for our schools to make the decisions that serve their students and their families. And then the second question was related to
will there be a meet and greet or teacher orientation?
And so I know that Dr. Monarrez shared that the meet and greet could potentially look different than what we traditionally think of a meet and greet with our teachers and what we've become accustomed to. And so those sort of things are definitely a possibility, and we will work to establish those processes, in particular for families that are new to the school, that are kindergarten, the kiddos that are moving into a different grade span, meaning from elementary to middle and middle school to high school, our kindergartners. Yes, that is something. Again, the teachers are eager for this because it's really hard for them to, think about bringing students in and not having that opportunity to interact and build a relationship with the family, more so because our families are so key to, all of this being successful, the whole distance learning. And that was a first question. I'm sorry, I need to write these down. As we get multiple questions, I'm losing track.
I'm trying to go ahead. So let me.
It was the first piece.
Oh, if the hours were going to be the same as in person.
Yeah. Okay. And so we addressed that, and I think that's why that one escaped me. We like we said, we don't know that what the hours will be at this point. What we know is they won't be the same, exactly, because students are not going to be in school the same amount of hours, or not going to be in the learning environment the same amount of hours that they were expected to in the past. And anything you want to add, Dr. Monarrez? I'm sorry.
No, you've covered it all. Thank you.
The next from Patricia, 3 questions. If distance learning continues, will teachers for each class be required to be online teaching his or her student as if in the classroom? If school will continue with distance learning, will my tax dollars be reduced since children are not in school and the schools are closed? How will junior and senior students be expected to have proper and thorough learning of courses required for college that require classroom group work, physics, etc.? And studies are showing kids need to return to school sports and physical activity. Will you be allowing students to continue with their school sports?
You know what, I think we're just, community, we're sorry. We think we have the answer. I mean, we do have the answers. We just forget the questions. So
That's okay. Let me go back to number one.
do one at a time. Maybe our brain is getting a
Well,
little itchy.
Will teachers for each class be required to be online teaching his or her students as if in the classroom?
Okay. Yeah,
Yes, yes. So if they'll be required to be but I know that you can't explain this, but in the classroom physically, that Mr. Halderson addressed, and we're working through that with our union. But will they be required to interact daily was the part that I thought they were asking. That is a yes, they will have that daily interaction with students. The second piece was,
yes, then there was the tax dollar question and that being reduced.
So, I mean, we don't have, you know, control as a school district over the tax dollars, but what I will say is that I know that we're not physically in the school, but there are costs related with operating the way that we are in distance learning, and some might say additional costs because of the different technologies and you know, all of these added factors that are coming with COVID. And I know not purely in the distance learning, but in the hybrid, when we get into the blended or the hybrid, where there's PPE and all of the protective measures, those are all costs that we've never had to incur as a school district, safety measure costs. And I know that Mr. Vitir can probably speak much more thoroughly to this, but that's not something within our school district realm of control related to whether folks' tax dollars will be reduced. And then I think I remember the third one was related to the juniors and seniors and their interaction with, okay. And so as far as that goes, like I said, we are providing more training for our teachers as to how do I'm a physics teacher, how do I engage with students for this content area? Because like I said, I was imagining science has to look very different. But like I said, we have experts, we have folks that we have coming on board to help us and help our teachers navigate that. And so will it look different? Yes, but will they lose out on a learning opportunity? I'm gonna say that, you know, we're gonna do everything we can to ensure that they're not losing out on the learning. How they apply that learning and the opportunity to think through that learning might be different. It will be different. I mean, honestly, it will be different.
Thank you. And the last part was related to sports and students being able to continue with their sports.
So I can take that one. Currently, the sports are on, because of the state order, not allowed. CIF, who oversees sports in California, as far as general guidance, will be putting out some information on the 20th for school districts. And they're also planning on having the ability to condense all of the sports for all of the seasons into a smaller time frame, assuming that we're allowed to open up on sports. But for right now, it's not an individual school district's decision or even a county decision. There's a moratorium on sports statewide.
Thank you. The next question, since school instruction will be online for the students, will there be opportunity for community members to volunteer in any way? I have a nonprofit and would like to help in whatever way I can.
So I'll take that. So we would love to be able to partner with you. We would ask that you reach out to, why don't you reach out to my office and then I'll figure out where to connect you. understand that we would, right now, we would be, or you would be supporting in a virtual manner. And so we would figure out what that could look like. So my email is Rachel, .monarrez, MONARREZ at sbcusd.k12.ca.us. Or if you reach out to the superintendent's office, he'll bring it to me anyway. So whichever is easiest for you, and then we'll figure out from there. Thank you for offering to partner with us. We appreciate that.
Thank you. Next question from Natalie. If I decide to have my child in full distance learning to start the school year and in January or later, it's safe to return to traditional in-class instruction 5 days a week. Will my child be returned to this designated school site and to his designated school site and teacher, or if is he forced to remain in distance learning for the entire school year?
Thank you for that question. He will not be forced to remain in distance learning for the entire school year. We want to get our children into a blended model, and when possible, we want to get them into a regular school year. So you would just communicate to your school principal, and you would move through the process. You are not, it is not a all year long requirement by any means.
Next question from Bonnie. I have 2 students that are receiving special education services, one entering kindergarten and one entering high school. Will they be given additional support for distance learning? Also, when will parents of special education students be notified of their school placement?
So 2 parts to that question. So yes, they will, anything that's in their IEP that is feasibly possible in a distance learning model, they will get those services. And so if you have not heard from the special ed department in terms of your placement, and maybe, I don't know if you're new to our district, but please reach out to the special education department, and they'll get you that information. So if you go onto our website and you go to special education, there's multiple names to choose from. Mr. Ramirez, if we actually have that name, then we can get that to special ed as well.
We have a first name and a last initial.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So we need to get us that information. Reach out to them, they'll help you. Thank you.
Next question. In the blended model, elementary students would have classroom instruction from 9 to 12 p.m., grab and go lunch, and then go to CAPS for after school care purpose. What's the limit on the CAPS enrollment? How are those students in CAPS going to be socially distanced? Why not have the group of students grab and go lunch and return to instruction until 3:30? That way they are receiving 2 full days of in-class instruction instead of going to CAPS with a greater number of students.
So I'll take most of it, but I don't know is the cap on the number of caps. I don't know the limit on students. I don't know if you know that, Dr. Perez, but we appreciate that idea on the scheduling, and that's what we haven't finalized what the scheduling will look like. There are some limitations in that, or just not limitations, just considerations. Having children all day, then that means they have to be with their facial coverings all day, and that's difficult. And then that limits the amount of time that we have to clean our classroom. So we're looking at all of those pieces, but that doesn't mean we're saying no to that. It is definitely part of the conversation in terms of the scheduling. And I think then the first part is there a limit on the number of CAP participants? Is that it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So CAPS would also follow the protocols that we set up as a district. We would not allow, because I heard a reference to like with more students there, we would not allow for more students than would be in a typical classroom. So whatever that number is, we would not allow more than that to be in a CAPS group. And the social distance or physically distance practices, we have to adhere to that within CAPS as well. So the same safety measures that we're putting in place for our regular school day learning opportunities are the same measures that we put in place for our after school program.
Thank you. Next question. What's the max number of students for a class in blended learning?
So I read that question, and you know, when we can't do like clear answer. I'm sure it drives you crazy, parents. It depends on the size of the classroom. So most of our classrooms, it's between 12 to 15 students. That's what we can physically get in there, maintain the 6 feet of distance, and work with the desks that we have in there. So that's the average, 12 to 15, but each classroom is slightly different because not every classroom in our district looks the same.
Thank you. So we have 2 questions that have already been asked. I'll ask them because that's the process we said. So how will attendance be taken? And then will the hours be the same as if they are at school in person?
Okay, so attendance will be taken daily, and we will be measuring the daily interactions with students. And then about the time of day, was that the time of day? I'm sorry. Now I can't even keep 2 questions in my head.
It's getting late. Will the school hours be the same as if they are at school in person?
Yeah, and so no, we don't believe that they will be completely the same. A start time might be the same and an end time would be different. I mean, those things are we're still working to figure that out. So I apologize. Thought I was able to keep 2. Now I'm down to just 1.
And again, these have been asked already. Also, how will students work? How will this work with middle schoolers who have multiple teachers? I'll just ask one.
So, okay.
Yeah.
I'll do that one, Dr. Give me a break. So they will, there will be a schedule. The school works out a schedule so that they go by period, so that they are not expected to be in 2 places at the same time. That is why it's so important for us to allow our schools to create their schedules for their individual schools. Next part.
Yeah, and the last part, will there be any kind of meet and greet orientation for teachers and students or parents?
Yes, I'll take that one too. So not in person. Again, the reason that we can't, or that we don't think it's in the best interest, and is because our numbers continue to rise in the boundaries of the district. So not in person, but we hear you loud and clear, community. We'll be communicating this to our site leaders. We meet with them, I believe it's next week. And so we'll let them know, and I'm sure many of them are also listening, that's definitely a desire for our community. And they probably were already working on it, and we just don't know because we haven't had a chance to connect with them yet. So we will definitely let them know about a virtual meet and greet.
Thank you. Next question, please tell us what is the probability for students to stay at home for distance learning during the fall?
So the probability is, that one I could answer 100%. They will be staying home 100% for the beginning of the school year until it is deemed safe to offer them a blended learning model.
Okay. With this new year, school year beginning with distance learning, is it possible to require teachers to meet a minimum of 1 hour a week with their students? From Kathleen.
Thank you, Kathleen. And I think you've heard me say this, but I'll say it again because people are probably jumping on and off of the meeting as well. So more than an hour a week, that was very minimal. And we recognize that. So there are state requirements are outlining 3 hours for kinder, 3 hours and 50 minutes for 1st through 3rd grade, and then 4 hours for our 4th through 12th grade. And again, what that looks like varies, depending on the ability of the student to stay engaged. So based on their age and their, the teacher's knowledge of how students learn best, that will be both a mix of the distance learning or virtual learning and the practice, the hands-on practice for the student.
Thank you. The next question is in Spanish. So I'll read it in Spanish and then I'll translate it. Si hacen las clases en línea por el resto del año escolar y si nos movemos de ciudad, tengo que mover a mi hijo a la escuela donde él pretende. So if I if we do online classes for the rest of the year and we move to another city, does my child have to go to school where we live?
Oh, that's a great question.
Mhm.
So we would ask that you would work with your principal to complete a intra-district, inter-district transfer. Yeah, and then they can continue with us and complete the school year. It's a great question.
Mhm.
Very good, thank you. The next two questions are about grading. So some of the student classes online had half of the students attending. Will those students continue to receive C grade even though they don't earn it? What are we doing about this? And then will teachers be held accountable like the students? Speaking from the past school year, my child received an F in math even though she did the distance learning. So what is the school board going to do to correct this?
So I'll share the attendance piece. So because we are, tracking attendance, and the question was really related to that people weren't online and students were still able to get this certain grade. That is not the case anymore. We will be monitoring their attendance to ensure that students are there, and providing supports for students who fail to show up. But students will earn their grades. There is definitely, like I said, not the spring distance learning situation anymore. We're moving into this more complex, more accountable system for the distance learning. So yeah, most definitely they will have to earn those grades. And although the second piece,
so it's a kind of a specific to the individual learning an F, and if there's anything that can be done to correct that.
Okay, and I heard a piece around, will there be accountability for teachers in there as well?
Yeah, around grading.
Yeah, so it is a match, it's a partnership. Again, our role as a school district is to ensure that our teachers are doing what they need to be doing. But in this accountability plan, the daily live interaction is required. And so just like we had before, there will be accountability. The teacher is going to need to log on. They're going to need to have that daily live interaction. We will know if students aren't showing up because of the attendance taking measure. And so also we'll work with our teachers as far as what it'll look like if a teacher's, people will be absent. That's not going to go away just because we're in a distance learning setting. So we'll work with our HR department on procedures for that. What happens when a teacher is absent for an illness or absent for a family emergency or whatever the case may be. So yes, there will be those accountability measures all the way around. Everybody will take part in that.
The next three questions are about being able to change models, including from Fujika and Myra. If I start blended or distance and I want to change to the other model, will I be able to do that?
Yes, so yes, the answer is yes. We would ask that you work directly with your school principal so that you can get plugged into the classroom that you need to be in at your particular school. But absolutely, we're not going to force you to stay in an extended distance learning if you want your child to come back to school. We want to see them in person as well.
All right, team, and Colleen Williams is going to take over for me on question 108, and we'll be back.
Wonderful. So thank you so much, Aldo, for the handoff. So hopefully I can do just as good of a job. So this question is from Luis S. Can students be eligible to practice on campus for sports, in particular high school?
So not at this time. We're following the guidance from the state. And when sports are able to reopen, we'll follow the local guidance as that occurs, and CIF guidance.
Thank you. Mr. Vatier, the next question may also apply to you from Sarah. What is the plan for clubs such as theater, and why are we not allowed to do fundraising of any kind? Maybe the first part for you.
Actually, I don't think that would be Mr. Vatier. So clubs would be offered in a virtual setting based off of the club advisor at the school. So we wouldn't, from the district level, we would not say that a club cannot happen. We would just ask that they follow the same guidelines as our classroom teachers in terms of the physical distancing. And that would be when we actually can come back. Prior to that, it would be in a distance learning model. And the second part is about fundraising.
Yes. So why are we not allowed to do fundraising of any kind?
So that's not a district directive. Ms. Christakos, is there anything that's come out of the business office about not fundraising? Nothing that I'm aware of.
No, I haven't. It would just follow the same physical, what are they doing? It would probably have to go through IMT, what's the fundraising, and how's the activity, would go through normal processes and ensuring that we have physical distancing. So I can follow up with that.
So for example, if the fundraising required students to be out and about selling something in in different spaces, then we would not, that would be against that would be contradictory to us keeping them safe. And so that could be why fundraising hasn't been allowed, because it would require that.
Okay. Yeah, so maybe if it's catalog ordering of something, that might be allowed, where what you just described would not.
Right, so it depends on the fundraising. Okay, I hope that helps that parent.
Virtual marathons in your home. That'll be the COVID-related fundraisers that will start.
Yeah. Again, parents, our decisions are always about, right now, first and foremost, safety and health. Safety and health.
Next question from Araceli. How will school manage cleaning for the school environment when school resumes?
So we've answered that, but Mr. Vatier, will you just again give a quick rundown of the sanitizing procedures for our schools?
Sure. So each classroom is going to be cleaned before the next group occupies it, and that's going to allow our custodians time to get in there and do the electrostatic cleaning, do the high touch point cleaning, so that we know that the space is clean and disinfected before the next group would enter. Does that answer that, Colleen?
Yes. So it's about the cleaning, yes, when we're in the physical space. So yes. Next question. How will the school address the needs of those with compromised immune systems? For example, this person is sharing that their son has a liver transplant.
So we would ask that you first make sure with your medical physicians that would be safe for the child to be on campus given this situation. And then we would think that there would be some kind of health plan in place. We would adhere to that, following the same physical distancing and all of those needs. But we would really count on the parent to work with your medical physician to let us know what would be in the best interest of your child, and then we would support that accommodation.
Thank you. Next question. Will the school send notice or instruction packet home notifying parents how the distance learning will be, and when the school resumes, how will the school manage class capacity? So it's two questions. Let me go back to the first one. Will the school send notice or instruction packet home notifying parents how the distance learning will be?
And the answer is yes. You should expect something from your schools within the next few weeks, letting you know what this will look like specific to your school.
And then the second part is, when the school resumes, how will the school manage class capacity?
So right now our schools are working in teams virtually. to see what the school looks like and how they can organize the classrooms to meet the physical distancing. And then they're submitting those plans to our district office so that then we know what we need to provide for them, whether that be plexiglass or something else specific to their school. So we're having them get that ready. That's part of that 6-step plan that we shared with you at the beginning of this presentation. So we are working on it.
Thank you. This is a multi-part. I'm going to read the whole thing and then I'll go back to the different sections. So, is traditional Monday through Friday ever going to be an option, or will it just be split? If it is not ever going to go back to traditional Monday through Friday, this will confirm my decision to leave the SBCUSD and homeschool my kids. So, will Monday through Friday ever be an option is the first part of this.
Our goal, and does it say in person?
No, but I think that it says traditional. So I think in terms of, normal schooling.
Yeah, so that will be our goal when our numbers show that we can, and that the guidance from the state allows for that as well. Right now, the guidance from actually federal, state, and local does not allow for that because we have to have that 6 feet of distancing. When that changes, then we will be able to alter what we're doing, in addition to making sure our numbers continue to drop.
Okay, the next question is from the same parent, Tracy Roach. What about the parents that want their kids at school Monday through Friday with no distance learning? Distance learning does not work. So I think you addressed that just now.
Yes, and Tracy, we're sorry that we can't offer that. We are adhering to the guidelines that are coming from the various entities that are in the public health realm.
Thank you. As a guest teacher in the district, I am very concerned about the status of my job. Will I have a job in August? Will there be layoffs? I haven't heard guest teachers mentioned at any meeting.
I can answer that. Thank you, Colleen. In terms of our guest teachers, there will be times that we will need them as we move forward on the school opening plan. So we were just discussing providing some training for them in terms of the Google Hangouts, which is our platform that we use for distance learning. So to be honest, I don't anticipate obviously the same level of employment for our guest teachers as we had in the past, but there will be some because we know teachers do get ill and are out for several days. So we are looking into training to at least give our substitute teachers that initial Google Hangout trainings.
And Tom, thank you. I'll just add to that we're also looking to train them in the youth mental health first aid as well. So we're working with the leads of guest teachers to get that scheduled as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next question, which hopefully has already been answered. Will these questions be open throughout, or I think answered throughout this meeting? I'd like to hear what you have to say before I ask any questions. So I think that was their concern with being able to submit questions all the way up till 7 o'clock before the presentation component ended. But Dr. Monarrez, did you want to add anything to that?
So hopefully you got your question in. We actually it was open till about 7:05, and we started questions about 6:45. So I hope whoever put that in, if you had questions, that you did get that in.
Wonderful, thank you. Next question. I put in a request for a change of school as well. What is going on with that? Am I stuck keeping my kids at a school with an incompetent principal, or will they be reviewing the school change request, and when will I hear about that?
So it's regarding an RCS in general. Is that okay? So the letters will be going home or being sent out to families next week related to all of RCS requests. I just want to remind our community that those requests are granted based on the room available. And I know that sounds funny now because we're talking about distance learning, but the capacity that the school that they're asking to go to actually has. So I know that it might be, and I want to explain this because we're thinking, well, it's distance learning. Why wouldn't they be able to accommodate my student? We still have to adhere to our staffing ratios, and that's something that we have as part of our contract with our teachers. So we could not just continue to add more and more students to the teachers' roster or the students they're responsible for, simply because we're in a distance learning environment. So I want to make sure that our community understands that.
Wonderful, thank you. And concerns about a principal, how would they address those?
Okay, so concerns about a principal would come to that person's supervisor, and I would ask for that parent, because we want to be able to help them work through I'm wondering if we put information in the chat, parents can see that, right? I believe so. I'm going to put my contact information email in the chat that's here, because I think that our families can see that while we're streaming.
Oh,
So I believe so, because I've had people text me and say that they could see the chat. I thought. So I'm going to put my contact info in the chat so that families, for this particular parent, in this case, please just reach out to my office. And if I don't happen to supervise that principal, I will make sure that I communicate that with the assistant superintendent that does supervise the school. So I see Dr. Monarrez put hers in there, and I will also put mine contact info. Thank you. So that is the way that that is the appropriate method to go through. So if there's an issue at your school site and you're working through it with the teacher, great. If you elevate that to the principal and there's still some things that are not being resolved, then you would reach out to either Dr. Monarrez or I, and we will be happy to help you.
Thank you.
And team, we may need Daniel to open the chat from his computer so that it can be seen.
Got it. Okay.
It's playing on YouTube, I believe, from his device.
Got it. Okay.
Thank you. Next question has been answered, but I will read it. What about high school sports? Will they be allowed to practice and play games? Are we comfortable?
I believe we've answered that. Still a no.
Okay. This one's lengthy, so I will do my best to read and loop back to the main questions. My main concerns are around teaching methods, synchronous and asynchronous. One of the major complaints I heard in the community is that teachers are just assigning assignments online and not really teaching new concepts through direct instruction. I know you said that the district would be providing both synchronous and asynchronous. I would like for you to really tell us what that means, and also give us the option as to what type of teaching method we think our children might benefit most from. My second big concern is the academic progress of our children at every level. Schools are already doing a poor job with this. How will you ensure that we do not regress in this area during distance learning? And how will students' academic progress be monitored? And how will schools screen students? And then there's some comments below that says, I just heard your response to this section, Dr. Monarrez. I understand that this is a difficult time, but this was not successful or consistently happening before the pandemic. It is not okay. How will children that are already behind or were struggling before the closure, how will those students get help? And lastly, how will special education students be taught and provided their services? Because in the fall, nothing was really being provided to any of our special education students by anyone. For one, my child has specialized academic instruction, and so what will that look like for him? So if I go back to the first question, it's really around how will you ensure that we do not regress in the areas, basically the academic areas during distance learning. That's the first part.
Okay, so I'll share that when we think about student learning, we call that the summer slide. So we know that students are going to be coming in with already, that's what happens every year. Students aren't reading as much. They're not having opportunity to engage with peers and think critically and do all of those things. So our teachers typically account for how do we get kids back up to speed. That is compounded more so because it is very much on our team's mind, and I'll include teachers in this, that we do have some things that we need to kind of review and go back to the basics on. And this is very technical, but our educational services team has taken those things in mind and developed some support documents and some support pieces for our teachers to account for that. So we call them pacing guides and curriculum guides. It's a guide that all teachers use to ensure that we get the learning that we should be doing for the year done based on the standards for that grade level. So those have been revised to address not only some of the learning loss that happened in spring, but also to account for the fact that we will be providing instruction digitally, for the first, we don't know how long, but we're accounting for the first several months of school at this point. And so those instructional guides and curriculum guides have been adjusted to reflect that, so that teachers are able to and when I say slow down, I don't mean slow down, kids aren't going to learn everything they need to learn. I mean slow down and go deeper, and really ensure that students are grasping concepts, because we get that the environment is different. So that's the first piece, how we will account for or offset any of that regression. So we have been thoughtful in that. I want for parents to know that it's not something that we just are discounting and saying, oh, well, last year was last year, we're moving on. We very much are working to address those pieces.
Thank you. How will students' academic progress be monitored? Is the second part.
And so, like it normally would, monitor through their teacher, but I do want to address this piece. Some of the requirements, and I talked about these requirements earlier, some of the requirements in the legislation that got passed that allowed us to do distance learning and gave parameters to the amount of time also is requiring that we provide supports for students that are not performing at grade level, that are additional supports for our English learners. Now, what those supports look like, some of the details we're still working on, but many of the details are being translated from what we typically would do into a distance learning format. But progress monitoring, and you heard Dr. Monarrez talk about that, that's also part of the instructional time that a teacher has allotted to them, to use that time for the progress monitoring, to do the assessment pieces that you did hear Dr. Monarrez mention in the beginning. We have a plan that all of our students, so that we have a better sense of where they are, have diagnostics, and that gives us a baseline to say, okay, this is where, and I'll take fourth grade, for example, this is where fourth graders should be at the beginning of the year. Let's have them take this diagnostic, again, digitally on a platform. That information will tell the teacher where the student is at and what they need to do, what skills they need to bolster, and whether that be kind of in a small group instruction or the whole class, where the gaps may be, and their next steps for helping students get to where they should be for the beginning of fourth grade and beyond. So those type of measures are in place and will be implemented as part of progress monitoring.
Thank you. I think you answered a couple of those combined questions with that response, Dr. Perez. So I think the last part of that question is for one, my child has specialized academic instruction, and so will what will that look like for him?
So it should look like exactly what's on the IEP. So if the specialized instruction is in a special day class, then that's the whole time in the special day class. If it's through an RSP, then that should look like the RSP teacher engaging with the child. The fact that you're asking that question makes me think that that did not happen in the springtime. And so we want to make sure that that happens for you in the fall. So we ask that you reach out to your principal, and if you're not satisfied with what the principal is saying, or you've tried working with the principal and you're not getting anywhere, then we ask that you reach out to the special education department, or I put my email in the link and you can reach out to me and I will connect you to whomever. You are to be receiving the same services to the extent feasibly possible that's on your IEP in the distance learning model. So if it's not happening, we need to know so that we can make that happen for your child.
Thank you. Next question. Will the schools be providing daily breakfast and lunches for our kids that we can drive up to pick up, or perhaps monthly PEBT cards so we can get assistance feeding our children?
I saw Mr. Vitiro come on. Thank you.
Yes, so our meal program is currently, the waiver we have through to continue feeding is through the end of this month. We believe it's going to extend indefinitely. And currently, you can visit one of our many, I think we have 11 or 12 feeding locations. And beginning this current week that we're in, families will receive 7 days worth of food. So you can visit any of those locations on Mondays or Wednesdays to receive the food. And that will be ongoing continuously. And if we make any changes on that, we'll be posting it via robocall and also all of our social media.
Thank you. Next question. How will lunchtime and recess be managed when it is safe for students to return back, especially for young children?
So the school we're providing guidance to the school on how lunch and recess will be managed. Again, it will depend, the lunch specifically will depend on how the schedule plays itself out. If we bring students in and then they're dismissed at lunchtime, they'll take their lunch with them. And recess, as I said earlier in the presentation, will not look like the typical recess that we do now, or that we had, I'm sorry, in the past, because we can't have students playing with, sharing equipment. We can't have them sharing climb on the jungle gym, that kind of stuff. It's not allowable right now in the guidance. So it would look more like physical activity, walking, stretching, running, that kind of stuff, to just get children moving around.
Thank you. I keep hearing when it is safe to do so, but it will only be safe when there's a vaccine. Even then, we don't know if it will be safe. What will happen if a teacher or a student at a site ends up sick?
So our hope is that that never happens. And that's why our school board has taken the approach that they've taken, where safety is first. You know, Dr. Monarrez and I think the whole team has said at some point tonight that we want to get back into our classrooms. We want the kids in the classrooms. We want the teachers in the classrooms. We want to get back to our offices. We want to get back to seeing each other in person. And we'll do so when it's safe to do so. And we'll know that the same way that we all know it, by listening to the local government, listening to the cases, hearing what's going on with vaccines, and just following it. So we're not in a hurry to get ahead of that. And if we bring people back too early, the risk is great that somebody could get ill. So we want to make sure that we keep people physically distant, keep them safer at home. And in turn, here we are discussing distance learning. So hopefully that answers that.
Thank you. Who will be in charge of making sure that all the cleaning and sanitizing is actually happening? Will additional staff be hired?
So the responsibility of oversight of cleaning and monitoring the cleaning is that of the principal. That they supervise their custodial staff, so that would be the one. They will get guidance from our maintenance and operations team, and the training will come through them. But the principal is the one who oversees the school and the daily operations. And I think the second part of the question was hiring additional staff.
Yes,
And we would only do that if we deem that necessary. At this point, we do not, partly, well, mostly because we're not going back on campus, but also the purchasing of the electrostatic sanitizers or spray machines is to help with that. But if need be, then we would go that route. So not a question we could firmly answer yes or no. We're not opposed to it. We don't think it's a necessity at this moment.
thank you. In regards to the hand washing or hand sanitizer stations, are teachers going to be directing students to these areas after recess, before lunch, etc.?
Yeah, that's going to be part of the, our new culture that we'll all get used to is directing each other to those spaces and all washing our hands more frequently and keeping our distance from each other. I know it's been hard. I can speak for most of us when I say not being able to shake somebody's hand or give them a hug, or I think that's part of what we're all learning to do. I mean, if you look at when seatbelts came out in cars, it was so odd that we had to wear a seatbelt, and now we don't think about it. So I think moving forward, that's how we're going to get used to it. And our kids are resilient. Our kids are probably going to wind up having to remind adults more than the other way around. So.
Thank you. How will the secondary schools be kept clean when students are moving around the campus for different classes? Elementary is easier since those are self-contained classrooms.
That's a really good detail that we have not emphasized, so I'll start that. So the guidance suggests to us that the students don't move, that we try to cohort them as best as possible and the teacher goes to them. That obviously is a very different approach in our secondary setting. But that's going to be what we're going to shoot for. And then any movement that does happen, we're going to work on minimizing how many transition schools have. So again, we have some time to detail that out. But our guidance to our schools are going to be to cohort kids as much as possible and have the adults go to them so that children aren't engaging with so many kids at the same time. Anything else you would add to that, Mr. Ramirez?
Absolutely. So if we have children moving, it would be in a very controlled way in terms of transitions. And if children are going to occupy classrooms that were previously occupied by other children, they would have to be disinfected in between.
And with that, I'm going to hand it back to Mr. Ramirez as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Did a fabulous job. How are we doing? What do we have left at 9:20 at night?
We're on 126, so we have 150. I was able to go in and organize it a little, so there's a couple chunks that'll help us make it even a little bit more streamlined. Another question on the cleaning topic, what about the chemicals that will be used? I would like a more natural cleaning product that are non-carcinogenic products.
So, and thanks, I'll answer that one. So we do have to follow the Healthy Schools Act, which is set by the state of California. That really details the chemicals that we're allowed to use in schools and the amount, and we have to report. So fortunately, the chemicals, the cleaning solutions that we do use now already met the need for the coronavirus. And so we didn't have to make any changes from what we were previously using to what we're using now. We just changed the delivery method to make it more time efficient and easier for our staff. But we could definitely provide more information on that if needed.
Thank you. Next two questions are related. Can students do writing assignments by hand? And can teachers assign art projects to the students?
So I'll take that. And I'll start with the art projects because I learned something today myself. I did not know this, but our counselors are also doing some art, and I don't know if it would be art therapy, but they are doing art projects or time. So I know that some of you heard Miss Williams talk about students being able to pop in and kind of just hang out with their counselor or check in. So I know that they can kind of lead through maybe at those times, or there's a designated time, but they are using art as part of their connecting with students and potential therapy pieces. So you know, that was pretty cool. And now I forgot the first question, although oh my goodness.
So one of them is a student question, and they're asking, can I write in my journal
yes,
instead of my Chromebook? Yeah.
So I think there's the capability, and what popped into my mind was the scanning capability and tool with the device that might be there. And I feel the youngster who asked that question because I tend to like the connection of writing, you know, with pencil or pen in hand versus the typing. So I believe, you know, that there's the capability for that. We would just have to maybe find some extensions or tools for them to use scanning to then turn that assignment in to their teacher virtually or digitally.
Digitally, yes.
Mhm.
Thank you. Next question from Rachel. What about private tutoring? Do you have any resources for that?
So when I hear private tutoring, it sounds to me like something that a parent would be paying for, because that's typically, you know, the private tutoring comes that way. We have resources, yes, that we can provide for parents. I will double check on our family engagement webpage to see what we have there. But if we don't have something there, we will put something there for private tutoring. But I first want to say that there are lots of resources that we have available that we would like for parents to take advantage of prior to going to the private tutoring, you know, something that they would have to pay for. We want to extend as many opportunities that we have for free tutoring, which I know is on our family engagement website. We have partnerships with Loma Linda, where some of their students come in and provide tutoring, and they are doing that virtually at this time. We have, you know, many, that's just one, but we have many partnerships where parents can access tutoring resources to help meet their students' needs.
And another question from a student, wonderful to hear from the students.
Cool. Mm-hmm.
Are we still going to have recess, and can I play with my friends? This one kind of makes your eyes water.
I know.
So when we bring you back to school, your teachers will definitely want you to move around. But playing with your and playing with your friends is possible, as long as you do that 6 feet of distancing, and you can't share like equipment. So there's limitations on what you can do, but we know you're very creative. Children are much more creative than the adults, and we know you're going to come up with something. So we're not going to limit you to play with your friends. When we want you to be interactive, we just are going to give you some rules that you're going to have to follow that you didn't have to follow before. Thank you for logging in, students.
Yeah.
Yes, Hotspot is a great one. That's an example. Although you got to stand away from the other person as they're going through, right? Yes.
And another question from a student, do I have to wear a mask all day?
You will have to wear a mask while you're on campus. We did talk about, there could be times, and we would ask our teachers to do this, to allow you to take your facial covering off for a short amount of time. You could be outside when that happens and you're away from enough people. The whole idea is that we need to keep you safe. So just like your parents need to keep you safe when you go out and about in the community, we have to do the same thing at schools. So we would ask that you wear your face covering for yourself, but also for your friends. And your teachers will be doing the same, your principals will be doing the same, all of us will. So find yourself a nice face covering that you're proud of.
Thank you. Next question, how will special need classes look? When will we receive information about how they will be addressed?
So, you know, as you know, there are many different types of special needs classrooms. So our students who are with they will look as close to our general education classroom as possible. If we have in our classrooms where there's more severe needs of children, we actually have the teachers right now in what we call a work group, working through the details of what that will look like. They are the experts on how to work with our children with greater needs, whether that's a medical need or a physical need. So they're working through that, and that information will be coming to you when we open our schools. So your best connection with that is your actual classroom teacher, especially for the children who are have greater needs. Those are the ones that you're going to want to connect. And again, if that wasn't happening for you in the spring, you heard Dr. Perez talk many times about how we are improving on distance learning and making it better. So we ask that you stay connected with your teacher. If you're not satisfied, then your next route is to your principal. And specifically when it comes to special needs kids, if then you're not satisfied, then you reach out to the special education department, and they will be your bridge back into that school to help make sure that your IEPs are being met. But we understand that there are some children based off the disability where wearing a facial covering is not going to work for them. And so that's why we have our teachers working through. So then what do we do for those children? And how do we keep them safe, as well as our teachers and our paraprofessionals that will be working with them? So we're not ignoring that. We're trying to find a way to make it happen. And that includes looking at what other districts are doing.
Thank you. The next question is from a parent who did not get that the preference survey was for the entire year. I put distance learning, but don't want my children on distance learning all year long. Do I need to redo the survey?
No, you don't need to redo the survey. Just let your principal know when we get ready to go into a blended model. It's an easy fix. Don't worry about it. Well, worry enough to let your principal know when the time comes, but right now, don't worry.
Okay, thank you. What about sports and elective classes?
So is the question maybe, will there be elective classes? If that's the question, then yes. As a middle school or high school student, you will have, if your schedule has, well, your schedule will have electives. So as your schedule has, whatever electives your schedule reflects, you will have those classes. Most definitely. Again, depending on the elective, you know, it will look drastically different. It will look moderately different, just depending on what the elective is. And then the sports thing, I'm going to chime in here, Eric. I think I can answer that. Sports are not taking place at this time. Is that right?
That's correct, Dr. Perez. Thanks for answering that for me.
Thank you. Next question from Pujika. Does the district support parents in switching kids over to homeschooling? Where can we locate resources?
So that would go through specialized programs. Yeah, I'm gonna make a plea for, if that's what you're thinking right now, my email address is in the chat. Please reach out and give me the opportunity, or one of us the opportunity, to speak with you about why that's something that you're considering, and see if we can help come to some resolutions on you know, the concerns that you have, and matching that with a way that we can meet the need or address the concern. But if that we're, you know, as a parent, you have the right to do that. We definitely will provide the support and resources that you need to have that happen, the homeschooling. And so that would happen through specialized programs.
Which is different from special education. So
yeah.
But again, if you reach out to Dr. Perez or myself, we'll connect you.
Very good. Thank you. Next question is from Mrs. Crossan. Hello, I would like to know what kind of physical activity will be offered to children, especially elementary ages, as they are used to recess. I hope they will be able to see outside four walls. Thank you.
So I think, I mean, maybe we haven't clearly said that, but either way, we will work with our teachers. Trust us. Our teachers were going to want to take the children out too. Now, keep in mind, you know, San Bernardino gets very warm in August, September. It starts to cool down in October. So when we move into a blended model, we not only are we going to want to offer physical movement for our children, but we're going to want to take them outside and offer instruction outside as well. That way they can take their facial coverings off for some time, receive instruction, and just be out in outside in the air, in the environment. So we are not trying to have our children sit in front of a screen for hours, whether that's at school, in a desk, or at home. We understand they need to move. We need to move. I've had to put myself on, get off so you can't see me, so I could stand a little bit while we're going through this, and I'm sure you have as well. So that will be part of the work and the planning, and that will happen at the school level.
Thank you. Next question from Elizabeth, related to transfers. My child was set to transfer from DV to Rodriguez Prep this coming school year, but we have not yet received his enrollment packet, and we are looking to maintain distance learning. How would that happen? Is there a hold on transfers for the coming school year?
And it was a transfer to Rodriguez?
Yes.
So that would have happened, I'm imagining, via lottery. So they should have had contact with secondary education quite some time ago. We don't have that person's contact info. Aldo, is that correct?
No, we do not. I believe that Rodriguez probably has not sent out the enrollment packets or the re-registration packets. So my guess would be that those are probably coming, and that if it went through the lottery system, that's all still in place.
Yes, I just wanted it because it kind of sounded like maybe they weren't sure if their student was going to that school. So if family, if you are listening, that is the case, that you have not been contacted and you don't know whether or not your child is going to Rodriguez or not, please reach out to the secondary education department, as they are the team that oversees the lottery process for that school, to just get assurance that your child is going to attend Rodriguez. And then, like Mr. Ramirez indicated, you should be receiving enrollment packet from digitally. I have to remind us, it will happen digitally to enroll or re-enrollment for Rodriguez.
Yes. The next three questions are all related to how much time will teachers spend with the students virtually?
So that will look different, I think, well, based on the grade level and probably based on program as well. As I think about kindergartners or first graders that are part of a specialized program or dual language program, for example, their online virtual time with their teacher may will look different than a student who's not in a program like dual language or any other specialized program we have in our district. So I shared earlier what the time allotments or requirements are, but I just want to remind our families that there's flexibility in, and I'll use kinder for the example, there's flexibility in the 3 hours of time that students will be engaged in learning each day. We have the live interaction that is required daily. That sits within that 3 hour block of time, but a teacher may provide some instruction for a set amount of time, and then an opportunity for a student to practice what they've learned for a period of time, and that would equal the 3 hours. So it will be flexible, and there's not a hard and fast answer for exactly an hour and 45 minutes or the full 3 hours.
but it'll be probably more than what we did in the spring.
Oh, for sure.
Next two questions are about schedules. So when will I know my schedule and who my teacher is? And what do I do if I don't receive that information?
So you should hear from your school again within the next 2 weeks or so. And if you don't receive that information, then you need to call your school, because they are the ones who would be organizing that.
Thank you. Next question, will teachers contact the parents if they see any grade-related issues?
So yes, there is also this, the progress monitoring that we talked about. Yes, there will be communication expectations, especially if a student is not showing a favorable progress. So this doesn't change, and I think probably more so enhances the need for the teacher to rely on family and vice versa for the progress of the student.
Thank you. The next two questions are once again about being able to change program option if things change, or if they decide that a different program is better.
Yes, and so the answer is yes. We would ask that you let your principal know that you want to change option, whether that be when we go into blended, you want to, maybe you stay in, if you're in blended and you want to go to the extended, going back to the extended distance learning, that's fine. So your contact person is your principal. They'll coordinate the change.
Thank you. And then the last two are about the decision not to open physically. I'll read them and then have you respond to them. Why are we the only school district in the area starting with distance learning? Redlands, Fontana, Riverside, Rialto, and Rancho are all starting school physically. I think our district has dropped the ball and are way behind. Why can we not open like normal, like other schools in other countries? They opened like normal with no issues.
Are you done with that one? Okay.
Yes.
So we have to look at each local context, each local community, and our school boundary, our district boundaries. When we spoke with County Public Health, there was a slide that we shared in the very beginning, our numbers are much higher than our surrounding communities, the actual community of San Bernardino City Unified. Mr. Vitir, what is the number right now, or can you add like any detail on that?
Yes, so just to kind of piggyback on that, so public health did say that within the boundaries of our school district, it was the highest they were seeing throughout the county of San Bernardino. We are a very dense populated area. So in San Bernardino now, just in the city, we're sitting at about 2,700 confirmed community cases. The next closest location around us is Fontana at 2,000. And so, with that many cities in the county of San Bernardino, for us to have the highest number of cases, it's very concerning to the Department of Public Health. And so they were in agreement with us when we met with them with regards to staying in a digital environment now until they see the numbers start to go down. And frankly, we're not at that point. We were hoping we were at the bending of the curve, the flattening of the curve, the downward trend of this. We saw over Memorial Day weekend that did not occur, and we're likely to see a spike again coming up now. So it's simply, like Dr. Monarrez said, a safety issue, a local safety issue. So we can't necessarily gauge ourselves to surrounding school districts that aren't seeing the cases that we are.
Is there a second part to that, Mr. Ramirez?
Those were the two questions related to that decision. And I would like to let folks know that there was also some comments that didn't have questions. We've highlighted those, and we will take them into consideration as part of the work that we do moving forward.
So at this point, we've answered all questions.
That is correct.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you both Mr. Ramirez and Ms. Williams for reading the questions. Thank you to the rest of the team for responding. I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Volkemer for closing comments.
Well, thank you, Dr. Monarrez. I want to thank all of you out there that have hung in there. This went a little longer than we originally intended, and that's totally okay. We're here for you, and we want to do our best for you. My understanding is there's still about 200 people that are on with us, so thank you very much for hanging in there. I want to thank our staff as well. I'm sure they had plans for it about 8:05 or 8:10 with their families tonight, and here we are at almost 10 o'clock. I want to thank them for their diligence and their forthrightness in terms of trying to answer as many questions as we can. We hope we answered many of your questions. I think we did, but we know that some of the questions are still unanswered, and we're right there with you. We appreciate that so much. As time goes on, as we have all learned over the last 6 months, this is a very fluid situation. And it can change very, very quickly, as we saw last March, where we were going to be closed for a couple of weeks, and then we were going to be closed for a month, and then we were closed for the rest of the school year in a very rapid sequence of events. And so our board has been absolutely stalwart about keeping our students and their families and our staff and their families safe. We know the disappointment and feel the disappointment of those of you who want to come back to school. We would have loved to have kids come back to school. I would love personally to get back into classrooms and see teachers working with kids. We all cherish that opportunity. But as Mr. Vatir said very eloquently, that's not the case right now in terms of the context of our community, and every community is different. And we've been very consistent in terms of saying, as we plan, what's going to work for our community as best we can. And so want to say thank you again. Please, if you have not, fill out those surveys. That's very helpful to us in terms of our planning and knowing exactly how we can best serve you in relation to what you are looking for your students. We're trying to give you options and choice as we move forward so that you can feel comfortable. I'll make one comment about distance learning. We know that it was put into place very quickly, in the beginning of April, because we were not thinking about a district-wide distance learning program in March, when March started. So it was very quick, and it was very immediate. And now we've had some time, as Dr. Perez and Dr. Monarrez have both had a chance to say, and the state has weighed in, and they've heard parents, we don't think this is the best thing for our kids. And they've legislated some changes that we will have to make in terms of making the program better. So you can look forward to those changes. And if you don't feel satisfied, you've heard again time and time this evening, please contact us, start with your teacher. If that doesn't work, go to the principal. If that doesn't work, then there are departments and a number of us at the district office that are willing and able to help you as best we can. So again, thank you for your patience as we move through these very, very fluid and uncharted territories. We appreciate you being with us for an extended period of time this evening, and we look forward to continue to working with you in solving these issues and keeping our community safe ultimately, and providing high quality instruction for our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.